We are live. Hello, people of the world. How are you today? It's John here again. Do. I want to get some people on, but maybe I should have just made a video. But maybe I'll just do a short live stream today. So I guess today we'll just talk about white nationalism and how it's fake. Just give me 2 seconds here. All right, I'm back. Alrighty. So I guess today, maybe I just like to go over issues with white nationalism and its precepts and its lack of historical analysis. I know a lot of white nationalists will find this boring, but there's no really practical application for their separatist movements right now. I know in Canada especially, there's this one guy, Ronnie Cameron, who wants to separate, and he wants to go to PEI, and we're just discussing the issues with the PEI separation, and that there's a lot of logistical issues, ports, economic suitability, all that boring economic stuff. That's, I think, is actually key when claiming a state, and how you want to shape yourself into gaining allies. It seems like they operate from this Zionist framework in that they are the chosen people, and they are so-called, like they just need a little state of their own, and then everything will be okay. It's no one's gonna take you seriously. First of all, you don't really have any influence in any like Western governments. Even if you've tried, they will block you out of the institutions. So basically, all you have left to do is legal separation, or, if that's not possible, other things that are illegal. I don't want to say anything here, but, if you leave no other, if it was to say, if peaceful revolution is impossible, they make a violent revolution inevitable. It's a sad truth, but if you don't want to stick it up the ass the rest of your life or eternally, you have to do something. And I feel that somebody's going to do something. It's just not going to last forever. I mean, someone's going to stand up, It feels frustrating because a lot of whites are really comfortable in their situation, and and they don't really want to do anything. They don't want to risk losing their job or social status, so they don't want to feel like they want to have to speak up to their irrational government that puts a boot on their throat everywhere they go. It's quite sad. And then you have these yahoos on the other end here that give me 2 seconds here, that they I'm sorry, I'm just going to email some. Sorry, is this somebody who's on my thing here? He's been going through some issues, so maybe I'm just going to give him an invite, see if he's legitimate. Stupid. Ideology. I don't know if he'll come on. All right. Sorry, got distracted there. Okay, cool. Yeah. What was it? Oh yeah, white nationalists. Yeah. I don't see really any need for them. Uh, if they're going to defend Target or if they're going to defend all these like bureaucratic or corporations that basically want to end their free speech. Um, if they don't really have the self awareness of what they're doing, I mean, it's just conservatism 2.0. All it is. It's nothing really fundamentally different, which is quite frustrating. And for whatever reason, they don't really want to listen to you. Whether you're for us or against us, but basically it means you're for defending white civilization, what includes like corporations who use cheap labor to enslave all these Taiwanese workers who work pennies on the dollar, and so you can get cheap goods while the state has a boot on minority and white demographics. No, there's no cohesion with this, and I know it's not popular, but um, I don't know, like uh, the, I don't know what else to do. I could say, you know, I guess you could put the nail in the coffin for white nationalism. Was born 2016, died 2020. This is still dead, man. You know, it's nothing like it's doomer. We're just human beings are just so corrupt, and we have our own agendas. And don't really care about truth or principles or anything like that. You know, all we fucking care about is making money and getting popular, and and all these like stupid little tribes and these like superficial tribes. Like you're black, you're white. Let's fight each other. You know, I don't want to sound like a civic cuck, but I mean, the term white it's pretty actually multicultural if you really think about it. There's really no meaning behind the term, um, other than I guess you could say it's like the Christian West. Um, Even that's really hard to defend. I'll hop on. Let me. Cool, cool. All right, he's gonna come on, so I'll keep it on. I'll keep the show. I'll keep the show going, baby. All right. If anyone wants to hop on too, looks like I got a viewer here. Maybe it's him, but yeah, you know, human beings are just like they're so corrupt. They're very superficial. They have their own agendas. Nobody's really honest with anybody. And well, Korean man, if you want to go back, there's a reason why, but I could explain myself. I like Brian Rue. I'm not like I wouldn't say I'm like anti-white or anything like that, but like I'm just against this like stupid like dogmatic like ideology of white versus black, white versus yellow, white. It's so superficial. I like Brian Yu. Yeah, he's a cool dude. He's a cool dude. I guess he's doing a lot of protest for the coronavirus, and he's causing a stir a little bit. He's actually organizing. God bless his soul. Um, I wish I would be doing more stuff like that, but just busy with work and all that stuff. But maybe one day if I get independent enough and I don't need a job, I can maybe do more what Brian's doing. Who knows? Maybe to Quebec. Vive la Quebec. Uh, you know, it's kind of interesting. Like separatism has been talked about, and I think it's a very fascinating conversation. And I don't really necessarily want to demoralize the idea of like separation from this god, like this hellhole of neoliberal capitalism. It's just like we have to like start from like ground zero when it comes to identity because it seems like white means like neoliberal capitalism, and I think that's not really what white nationalism are all about. And and I get why, like Matt Heimbach wanted to separate from this, and he understands why people are frustrated. But going into like these like dogmatic like whether with us or for us, and you can't make alliances or anything like that, or else you're viewed as a race traitor or some sort of subversive. It's just, amen, bro. Oh, okay, cool. All right, someone's coming on, but anyway, yeah, yeah. I mean, the white race, they got to stick up for themselves. The one thing too, then another thing is, a lot of people will denounce like the black population for rioting, but I've gained like kind of a nuanced view on this over the years. Like I used to defend them, like I look at the play, and then maybe I'm still in that, but I have like a different spin on it. Like, okay, these people are obviously acting up against like legit like issues. They're not like cat ladies or Antifa talking about the patriarchy or some stupid shit like that. Like they actually have legitimate grievances, and and the same state also oppresses white people just in a different way. So I mean, we both have interests in separating from this global capitalist empire, and I cannot see why not. We can make alliances with the Muslim world to combat against Chinese and Russian imperialism. I don't see why not. I mean, look at like Chechnya. I mean, their independence movement, or any of like the Muslim countries other than Saudi Arabia. You even look at Pakistan. Pakistan that's an organic, military organic state. Um, it wouldn't exist without military conquest. Um, oh Jesus! Dogs are barking. Give me 2 seconds. Cool. Yeah. All right. Oh shit. I don't know if you'll help. But anyway, sorry. It's a little weird. Oh, crap. Oh yeah. Yeah, denouncing, whether you like it or not, we're all in this together. You just have to face it, you know. Um, get some dead air. I guess the economics of it. Oh yeah, Canadian separatism. Yeah, I don't know about Canadian separatism. It's an interesting topic. I think it's a viable solution. Um, I mean, if we don't do it now, obviously it's going to be even harder to do with the immigration, and then you have even more people wanting to separate. So, something that needs to be addressed right away. There is some ways you can go about it, even within the monarchy of the Canadian system. There's this act called the Magna Carta. Basically, you can enact this when any state official or parliamentarian official, either municipal, provincial, or national, act in a lawful matter. Basically, gives you the power of if they act in a lawful manner, enforcing the law, either through like double tap, so charging you with the same charge again, um, negligence of due process. Um, so that could be anything like failure to respond to a lawful request on the status of the case within a specific time period. You basically act this Magna Carta, where it's basically a duty upon a citizen of the monarch to um, uh, enforce their own system of law. And if they don't actually enforce this, this is from what I understand, um, they will be held to high treason in the monarch. So basically, this gives you the power to seize like any government assets. And that's a very interesting thought, and I think it's something that we need to kind of come together here in Canada and take advantage of that, because it's actually our duty. It's our civic duty, and that's something that you don't need to be just white to do, right? Just believe in principles, law and order, not chaos. And get your own way. Why not, right? So yeah, that's basically it. I mean, I could screen share with you guys. I'm just gonna mute for 2 seconds here. I'm just going to maybe it's in case somebody comes on. I'm gonna pull up the Magna Carta. Magna Carta. And then I'm going to screen share. Screen share. Share screen. I got too many tabs open. There we go. Share. So this is the Magna Carta. So basically, right, it promised the protection church rights, protection for the barons from illegal imprisonment. So yeah, so basically this gives you, if when you enact this, it gains you protection from political imprisonment. I think it's actually something very wise to actually enact nowadays, because obviously First Amendment in Canada is very vague, and there's still technically the term of hate speech in there, which is not necessarily clearly defined on what is and isn't hate speech. So that's really vulnerable. This was actually enacted in 2001 in the Canadian court. But this is just basically the history behind it, the English law. Ah, yes, the Anglo-Saxon. We're going to use Anglo-Saxon law. Oh, yeah. I was just checking to see if anybody's here. Anyway, so yeah. So yeah, it was attempted to suppress the discussion. Oh yeah, James and Charles attempted to suppress the discussion of the Magna Carta in the Civil War. Sorry, this is the first time reading this. Help form the American Constitution. Didn't say it's in there. It said it used some of its precepts. So yeah, there's a background here. So this is what I mean. Basically, act your own system here. So between the royalist and rebel factions of 1215, events leading to the First Barons' War. So basically, this was to avoid kind of conflict. These barons, so you can enact as you appoint a certain amount of barons. You can basically claim sovereignty over the illegitimate state. So it's time to do. So I'm just reading this. Right? German negotiation equals initial document. Unknown Charter of Liberties. Okay. Do. Oh, okay. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just reading this. Maybe I should have read it before, but whatever. So yeah, this is basically the history behind it. I'm not going to go too in depth with it, but you get the point. There is actually. I'm going to stop screen sharing for a little bit here. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. How y'all doing? Hope you're doing fine on this Friday night. Oh yeah. Where is that guy? Anyway, I was just looking for that guy. Hope I didn't miss him. Anyway, quite fascinating guy. So yeah, I think I got one Fed watching me here, so thank you. Oh shit, what else am I gonna do? Brady. Just waiting for this guy to come on. Very fascinating guy. Maybe it won't come on, I don't know. Who knows? Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, I can always end the broadcast and just wait for him, but yeah. All right, I think I'm going to do that then. I'll just end the broadcast and then I will just wait for him, I guess. I don't know if that kicks me out or something like that. Let's see what's going on here. Private chat. So nobody in the private chat. Nothing like that. All right, yeah, I think I'm just going to end it here, guys. So peace out. I'm not a Jew or a white-hating liberal or anything like that. I think, you know, we got to figure something out, you know. or else basically, I don't know. It's hard to say. At least organize in some small groups anyway, and act in unison in some way as opposed to individually. This individualism is quite corrosive. I never felt the need to like lie or anything like that or act crazy. It seems like Americans do this a lot, and I just maybe I don't say I transcend my ego, but like I admit when I don't know anything, and I'm willing to learn. Who knows? Maybe I'll start my own party. I don't know. Like the whole idea of like us being a monoculture is quite cringe, to be honest. Like Canada really is just a corporation. Like it's fake, And it was only really started when you had the Canadian Railway come across the Western Prairies and unite all the Western provinces. Basically, it was in the economic interest to form the Confederation to ease up trade. In itself, that is a corporation. And that's how corporations get bigger. You could talk about all this Englishness or, we didn't want the Americans to expand, but I mean, who are we kidding? It's just like we're basically like mini America now, and we're not too different from Americans. So yeah, it's just same thing with America. It's just there's no like maybe with like the exception of like the eastern states, like with the early colonies, like anything like on the west coast is relatively really new, and people only been here for multiple generations. So we really are a land of immigrants. Maybe it says in our constitution that it's for Christians or whites, but they failed to held up that moral standard now. They failed to read their own Bible and enforce their own moral code. So, it's up to them, right? Where's this guy? Maybe he's just waiting for me to come off, and then he's going to come on. But anyway, so yeah, look at the Railway of Canada. Oh, we have a winner here. Winner, chicken dinner. How are you, sir? How are you doing today, big boss?
Very well, sir. Good to see you.
I was wondering when you come on. I'm like, oh man, I was just kind of just filling the air a little bit. I mean, I had some things I was like talking about. I was talking about like nationalist groups in the West and how they're basically like shooting themselves in the foot, not recognizing the oppression of other minority groups, and just trying to get something to work together because there's nothing really that you can do. But if you want to talk about something else, we can.
That's a great topic, and I think it's definitely the most important problem that humanity could tackle for itself. The first thing that we could do to get us going in a right direction and start doing actually productive things on this planet, and then maybe there's a future where we get off this planet. I don't know, but right now we need to solve the problems on the planet first. And I think the main solution is going hardcore into non-lethal weaponry. I think the United States claims it's the leader of the free world. I think the United States is, we will give us your sick and tired, whatever bullshit, pull up the quote and, give us your, you're downtrodden and you're oppressed.
You're hungry and you're stupid.
And it's all bullshit. So it's time to fucking start living by the principles. Or we're all enemies. One or the other. That's it.
Yeah. I know that you were doing a lot of like charity work, and you don't have to go into personal life if you want, but what's your view of like, I guess, us getting along? Like, is it basically like we get along and it's an option that we can get along, or we can still stay in our old kind of dogmatic ways? Or do you think like, if we don't get along, we're basically going to kill each other off of this planet?
I think all evolution, and especially human evolution, is always war. It's just how it is. This COVID situation, we're at war with COVID. It's, whether, and there's even people who are like, it's a hoax. Well, that's part of that ideology, right? That even if that were true, I don't believe that, but I don't also have enough information to know 100%. Like, I'm pretty sure that it's real, but I'm not 100% about anything. I call myself a modern day Socrates. And I think that people in power have the information that is needed to get things done on this planet. So people who actually care, rather than actual sociopaths, we should have empaths in there. Whether it's me or not, it doesn't need to be me. I don't, I had a video recently that you saw, and it was basically my sociopathic side. I'll do the job if I can do it better than anybody else. But if there's somebody better, let them do it. I don't think Trump or Biden or Obama or these people are actually doing it better. That's my opinion. So, yeah.
It seems like, if you even think about, like, I was kind of on the fence too, and then it just basically the system, it forces you to like take a position, like, you're either with us or you're against us. You can't be like in between. You can't say, well, it's good to take precautions, and then maybe you could sanitize, and you could still go to work, you could still have your job, you could still make a living, but you could take precautions. So that would the establishment would classify you as like, you don't believe that this is like a huge pandemic that's like killing millions of people and there's dead bodies everywhere.
Yep.
And then I guess you have the other side who says that they just basically says that it's just the flu. And I guess maybe there is some truth to that, but they basically believe that this is like a total pandemic kind of thing. And
I don't think it's a hoax, but I do think that maybe people's thinking on these diseases is not as enlightened as they might believe. I think we should do more research, and I think vaccines are a tool. We should use them. I think also, if we can, there are things called antibodies, and I'm unfortunately my education was political science, so I know sociology, I know kind of how people think, I know psychology, that kind of thing. But the physical sciences, I have some awareness, but not enough. But that's also not what a leader would need to know. The leader wouldn't necessarily need to know all of the scientific facts. They would have their head of science get that done, right? And if they could trust that head of science, then it wouldn't matter. So I have heard of these things that you can develop natural immunity and antibodies. And I think we should use both vaccines. And if people are able to fight it by themselves or isolate in a way that, and if they can choose that, you need herd immunity with vaccines, right? You need a lot of people to use it. And so you need the people that need them to use it. And if they're going to be interacting with other people that are weak, have weak immune systems that are more vulnerable, then you need to do it. And if you're not, or if your body, for some reason, the whatever we're able to find out, you are not, as susceptible, or you are not, you'll fight it quicker, and maybe you can isolate fast enough to not spread it, then maybe your body should fight it, because maybe that'll make your body stronger. I don't know. That's just like crazy thoughts I'm having, it's not that it has to be true or not. So it's just, I want people to start thinking differently. We're locked in like one or the other. And I don't really like that.
And I get what you're saying. I think most of it, is driven by, it's like fear of death and fear of so when you fear death, other options like that might, reshape your worldview that, you grew up with might actually threaten you. Like, you'll feel physically threatened, and I guess the way I look at it is, well, if people actually believe in a God as opposed to material possessions, like how much money they make, or their social status, and how much people love them or hate them or whatever, or virtue signal about how much they care about people, we wouldn't
a higher purpose. Be it God or an ideology or a faith, a higher purpose. Just believe in a higher purpose. Believe that whatever you're doing, you should be doing it to help not just yourself, but others. And don't be afraid to have a different opinion, and don't be afraid to be wrong.
Yeah.
How wrong is Trump? How wrong is Biden? Are they right about everything? No. They're
But
not.
the thing is, though, it seems like the system rewards like people who like manipulate like the masses into believing that they know everything. And if you
Yep.
say you don't know something, that's when you start losing votes. Like,
Amen.
I've done a little bit of political work in Canada here, and I was just doing a little bit of like promoting of the party. I noticed I was talking to somebody, and they asked me a question about how like how do you get oil out of the ground, and I'm going to say I'm not quite sure how that happens. And he said,
Yeah, like
you
fracking
got to
and
figure that out.
all that
It's
stuff.
just like you got to know everything. You got to know everything if you want to be in
Yeah,
power. It's like what the
yeah, yeah. You
fuck.
gotta have every answer. But the people that are in a position that have had, like, they're a part of the Democratic Party establishment or the Republican Party establishment. It's not
Mm-hmm.
them. It's not just them. They're just the figurehead. They're the face.
Mm-hmm.
They have people informing them every second. And even why don't they have a freaking like device in their ear? Like, you have somebody ask a question. Oh, and now you have somebody smarter than you telling you the answer as that person's asking. Why not that?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever. Like, you don't have to have the answer as the leader. Like, you don't have to
Mm-hmm.
always have it. You just have to have a way to pull people together into action and focusing on one higher purpose objective.
Mm-hmm.
To me, what you had asked before about if we can work together and all that. I mean, unfortunately, I would love it if there was just peace. But
Mm-hmm.
the video I made, and they can come after me. They can come get me. It
Mm-hmm.
was a point. It was a point to make that
Mm-hmm.
if they really want to, they can come suppress my ideology. If they thought I was racist, if the black community really thought that video was racist, they should put a bullet in my head, just like they should put a bullet in Trump's head if they really think that. If they want to choose war, they should go to war. How do we choose peace? How you either go away, right? That's peace. You don't have to bother. You don't have to worry with anybody else. You don't have to worry with
Mm-hmm.
their fear, their hate, whatever, because everybody has a different opinion. So if you're going to be around them, it's a war. Me and you, even if we agree on most things, we're still having a little bit of a battle of ideology, and that's fine. You should accept that. It's
Mm-hmm.
not, with Machiavelli and the Prince and the books War and Peace. It's not as simple as people like to make it out to be. So I think that unfortunately, with the way the world is, the way it works, and the way it's always worked, and unfortunately, I would hope not, but maybe always will. You need to have whoever is the person or the group or the nation that is most powerful. They need to take the lead on making real changes that make other people be like, wait, maybe that's something that we should consider too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You want to battle? How about we battle with non-lethal weapons and we see who goes at it? Gas us.
You want to bring back duels?
If it was my choice, sorry, I just have one more thing. If it was my choice, I was and possibly still am a cannabis addict. I love cannabis. I'm a cannabis advocate, but I've stopped for it's been a month, I think. Oh no, it's been almost a month. But I stopped to make a point. I was
Mm-hmm.
using cannabis because my ideology was being suppressed so much by my father and everybody else that I needed to dull my mind to get down on everybody else's level. In the United States, we look down on cannabis, which is a natural plant, but
Mm-hmm.
a poison, alcohol, everybody's like, yeah, let's just have as much of that as we can, right? Let's make a lot of money selling it.
It's so weird that like alcohol, like places of worships are like shut down, but like you could still drink alcohol. You could still shop at Walmart. You could still shop at Costco or whatever, or any like big like Target or anything like that. You can go to big box stores, but mom and pop shops, religious, like you can't go and worship at a church or a mosque. It's obviously some sort of agenda to like dumb the population down in order to make them more subversive and lick the boot even more. You know. Oh, did he freeze there? Shit. Probably bad internet connection. So if I move from the stream, is it? Sorry, it looks like he's gone. Okay. Yeah. So basically, he's back. There you go. Sorry.
Take me off for a second.
I don't know. I don't know if you got. Sorry about that. I think it was just a bad connection. I was basically saying that this agenda. It's very odd that like they have like alcohol stores open, like these global chains open, like Walmart or like Costco, I guess for Canada, or like Target, like all these like global chain stores, like they're viewed as essential, but like any like small business, any like place of worship, like a church or a mosque or like a synagogue, it's all shut down, and gyms too.
It's a question
Gyms
of
are also shut
ideology.
down. It's just like, so they want you to be like unhealthy and fat and like watching CNN or watching whatever CBC, I guess, and fearing for your life for this thing and not really having a opinion of your own, I guess, or an enlightened view of the virus and what it is exactly. So, and the thing is, they always move the goalposts too. Like they're saying that in Canada there's like 40,000 people are going to die from this. Now they're saying that maybe like I don't even know if like even 5,000 people die from this. They're hoping that. So it's like it's really kind of disgusting that they're like wanting like to make the population weak and subservient to them.
Yeah, what's the point of having a country that claims to have worship individuality or to want to have everybody be unique and grow and show them a different way of living, if you're not actually going to let them do that? And if they want to do something to themselves, it's a trade-off, right? And if they want to do something that maybe, okay, well, that sounds crazy to you, right? How about give them a time period to like learn about it? Like, if you think a different way, you can give them a time period to like, here's some material that you can research and figure out, give yourself a more informed opinion before you do whatever you're going to do to your body. But you're an individual. You should have that right. That's what America is about, right? That's what we claim to be about.
Yeah.
So it's just not a simple answer, unfortunately. I mean, so to me, I've tried to do the peace only route. I was quiet. I did give my opinion, but I wasn't aggressive about it. I was very mellow and tried to peacefully and quietly say what I thought. And unfortunately, that a lot of time brought out the wrong mentality from those people. You have to. It's like you have to drill it to them. You have to live as the drill instructor, the big boss, in order to get them to think something. And it's like I don't like it, but I have to do it. It's crazy. So I don't know.
I don't know.
And the thing is, I made my point about it's not even that I want the job of the presidency. It's that I'm an American and I'm entitled to it once I reach a certain age. I'm not entitled to it right now. At the age is 35, I believe. And by the time I would be 35, the election would be in another 2 or 3 years. So, my mother is entitled to it. My father is entitled to it. Every American is entitled to the presidency. But they, want you to believe that you're not. But then that you are. Like you are and you aren't at the same time. Like, come on.
Yeah.
It's either yes or no. So I'm entitled to the presidency once I reach a certain age, and I have 8 years to make my case. So my main issue, everything else is all bullshit. Presidents the role of a president is not to make law. The role of the president is to show the strong face, the big boss, to be the threat. I'm going to destroy you with nuclear fire if you fuck around. That's literally their only job. Commander in chief and head of state. They can form an agenda, right? They can give you an ideology that makes people wait. Like, whoa, wait, maybe he's onto something, and maybe we should look into making laws about that. So if I'm going to inform an agenda as a big boss or a president or a prime minister, blah blah blah, the one I'm going to pick is non-lethal weaponry, because you look at George Floyd and the way that poor man was suffocated to death over the course of 8 to 10 minutes. What the fuck kind of person does that? You're the big
Yeah,
boss that's going to fucking do that? Or you're Trump or Biden that's going to, like, maybe you're not responsible for it, but this is happening too much to fucking, like, not blame these people for it. So, and maybe I'm to blame. I'm an American. Maybe I'm the fucking blame because, you know, I'm part of a country that says it's the leader of the free world. So maybe I'm fucking responsible. And maybe instead of just being, oh, okay, yeah, you know, I can't do anything about it, maybe I should step up and be the big boss. Or maybe somebody else if they are going to do a better job. But I think I could do a better job than Trump or Biden. I really do. I'm sorry that I do. And it is arrogant. It is sociopathic. But at least I'm being honest about it. You know, give me 4 years. Make me a one-term president and see what the fuck I can accomplish. You know, and it's not just the president. You have intelligence agencies. You have Congress. You have judiciaries. You can't control everything, even as the figurehead. But you can start to get people to maybe make changes over time. So,
you think you can do that in 8 years, though? That's the thing with the democracy is, like, you only have such a limited time to do anything. And, you know, anybody's really not really incentivized to, you know, put any long-term social plans. By the time they, you know, you see the fruit of it, you know, somebody else will take credit for it.
So,
you know,
we're humanity, right? How long are you going to live?
Well, more than 8 years, I guess. Yeah. Hopefully.
So, I hope you live 500 years, brother. But you're probably at the most 100, right? Or 80, you know.
Whatever. Yeah, 80 to 100.
Right now is like 70, 80, I believe. So, like,
yeah.
So, what does it matter? If I had pulled that gun was loaded, if I had pulled that trigger, it was all over. This brain, the power in this brain would have been blown across the room. And I was feeling that. I was actually feeling that. Because wouldn't that be better than getting suffocated to death over 10 minutes by a fucking piece of shit white cop fucking doing that to me and a fucking piece of shit Asian cop fucking standing there and fucking other people just fucking filming the shit? Not fucking doing anything about it? Oh, and I can't be angry about it.
Well, I mean, that's why you have all these riots now. Those people feel like, you know, those bystanders didn't do enough. And then so now it's basically like you have chaos basically growing. So you're not the only one that's angry about the system. And basically what I'm saying is, you know, there's these people. Should I kill somebody
because I'm angry? Should I start the war? Or should I start a war of ideology, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an idea, but the thing is, though, like, a lot of these people, they don't really have a voice. So you always say, like, the voice of the unheard is the language of the unheard is violence.
Yep.
Yeah.
Domestic violence of women, suppression of racial suppression. Why don't we make a black woman the president? Why don't we make a Native American the president of this country? You know, I'm not going to be an Elizabeth Warren. I have a very, 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 very small amount of Cherokee blood in me. I'm not going to pretend that it fucking means anything because I respect it. I respect Native Americans. I respect their culture, but I haven't like fucking gone to live on a reservation and fucking like really invested myself in it. So why the fuck should I claim it? No, dude, I'm a fucking oppressor, right? I might as well live the fucking life of the oppressor then, and I might as well fucking do it better than anybody else. Or take me out. Like, if I don't belong to be the oppressor, fucking kill me, man. It's that easy because you want to be violent, right? So fucking do it. That's what I represent, you know? The United States, Russia, fucking China, Pakistan, all these India, all these nuclear armed nations, and they're going to fucking say that they believe in peace? Bullshit. I fucking believe that.
I'm kind of I don't know, like I'm glad, but also maybe a little disappointed. You kind of went on the dark side a little bit, but
I know I am too, brother. I'm really fucking disappointed
because I know I've been here like
myself. I didn't pull the trigger, but I killed who I was. I killed peace because my father represents peace, and I love him, and I respect him, and I forgive him, and all that. But he doesn't really love, respect, or forgive me. I wish he did. I really do. And if he came to me and finally admitted his crimes, I would forgive him. But he won't. So I got to play the big boss. Wish I didn't. I wish he was Big Boss still. But
Yeah. Do you think that if maybe he wouldn't like
will we go?
act so irrational? Oh, so maybe I won't. But like, maybe I can ask. I don't know if you don't have to answer this question if
I'll
it's too
answer any
personal.
question, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Fuck it. I don't care.
Okay. Do you think like have you been delving in like Muslim? Like, have you read the Quran or anything like that, or
I
have you?
have met many Muslims. I have met
Mm-hmm,
many Christians. I've met many Jews. I've read as much as I can
mm-hmm,
and what they've told me, and I've read excerpts of Islam of the Quran, and I've
mm-hmm,
read them of the Torah and the Bhagavad Gita and the Buddhist Eightfold Path. And I respect all these ideologies. I really do. I think they have a
mm-hmm,
lot to offer. I think they all do.
mm-hmm.
But why do you have to claim that it's the one is right? And even let's take Islam. Let's take it apart to Sunni and Shia and Ahmadi and you know
Mm-hmm.
all these others. Like
Mm-hmm.
it, if it's Islam, then which interpretation of Islam is right?
So, so basically, like the Shia is like the Sunni is like the Sunnah, like it's the actual original preserved form that I can actually trace back to Muhammad. Whereas like all these other, like especially like Christianity, there's a hard time,
Yeah,
tracing
there's
back
a lot
all
to
of
be said
the
about Christianity. Definitely,
yeah,
with being compiled under Emperor Constantine. I need
yes,
to plug the
yeah.
charger in. You can keep
Yep.
talking, but I'm just
Go
gonna
ahead. Oh
plug my.
yeah. So basically, like Muslims, like they do. I could see why like Muslims believe that they are the natural religion because they actually believe in different prophets. They don't actually like revere one prophet as the true word of God. They actually revere all the different prophets of God, and Muhammad being the last of them. Um, and there's these five pillars that you have to go by. Whereas if you're a Christian, you just basically just have to believe in the Trinity and you just accept Jesus as God and He will absolve you of your sins. Whereas actually the Muslims don't believe it was actually Jesus that died on the cross. It was someone of Him that wasn't Jesus that died on the cross. Um, in well, what is it? Chapter? I think it's in chapter 5, Surah 5, verse 32. I think it is. Okay, so his battery died, but I can go on a bit of a rant here anyway. Um, so yeah, the reason why I think Islam is the most natural religion, I think it's the most true religion, is because it gains all of these different. You can study the Torah, you can study the Bible, you can study the Quran, and you can still be, um, a Muslim, right? Um, that's kind of the beauty of it. If you don't believe in Jesus and His word, you can't be a Muslim, right? So it's actually incumbent upon you to believe in these different prophets. Whereas like Buddhism or paganism or any of these other religions, basically, or I guess you could say Christianity, as controversial it is, believe in some form of idol or polytheists. They believe in like different gods and and so you have. I mean, that's basically how like Muhammad started. Was it was like a lot of Arab pagans in Mecca, and they were worshiping idols, and basically he had a revelation. Remember, Muhammad at the time he couldn't read or write, so basically he went to a cave for about 30 days, and this is kind of the time of Ramadan as well. Um, and the angels spoke to him, and God spoke to him, and he got the disciples to write down his revelation on camel bones and leaves and pass it around. And this has been preserved for over 1,400 years. And it's the only Abrahamic religion that can actually claim that, which is actually quite a feat to preserve that word and the God. And the thing is, it's just not really any like opinion or interpretations. I think maybe what Justin was alluding to. Maybe he can once he comes back, he can maybe explain his side of things. But there is no really opinion. Only the opinion that you form, it has to be in the Quran, or it has if it's in the Hadith, has to have strong sources back to the Quran. You know, in that way, it's quite uniting. You know, if you're black, Asian, white, it doesn't really matter. You know, it applies to all people, and I think it's a really good building block for, you know, even if you were on a desert land, or if you're barren land, you have no one else around you, no one else to influence you, or no 9-to-5 job to go at, you know, you pick up the Quran, you say, I'm gonna serve society like this. And I think, you know, you'd probably get some really good results. I think you would probably have something similar to the Ottoman Empire. You have philosophy, and that's another thing too, is a lot of suppression of Muslim achievements, and especially in the Ottoman Empire, scientific, astrologically. Oh, sorry, he's back. Sorry.
Sorry about that.
Sorry about that. I was in my head. I was just. I don't know how much you heard of it, but I was just basically saying, like, Islam. The reason why, I guess, maybe they call themselves a true religion, because, you know, it still accepts the wisdom of Jesus. It still accepts the wisdom of Moses.
Amen.
And you know, you could still read the Bible and still believe in Jesus and be a Muslim. And it's actually incumbent upon you to believe in Jesus and his word for you to consider yourself a Muslim, right? So I was saying with Christianity, it's basically, you know, if you just believe on the cross, or if you believe in the Trinity, God sent his only begotten Son to die for your sins. So basically, it's like a form of idol worship, like Buddhism, like I think you're related to, anything like that, like polytheism or paganism. It's basically like worship multiple idols or multiple gods, and it's just basically like a scapegoat. And and I think Christians are oddly very unchristian. I find Muslims to be more. I'm not saying like all Muslims are like this, but I find some Muslims to be a lot more Christian-like than actual Christians.
Yeah, I would say there's a lot of truth to that statement.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, you can't discount the Christians who are trying their best to live more in line with their principles than some Muslims as well. So it's all back to that individuality thing. By the way, I did want to make one kind of sarcastic asshole comment. Can I curse?
Sure, okay? Go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that's okay. So I call myself a modern day Socrates sometimes, and you know, God so loved the world that he gave his own begotten Son. Well, I could be an asshole Socrates and be like, I loved humanity so much I gave my own begotten Father. You know, like I don't know what to do here. Like I try to see it so many ways, and it's just not working out for me.
Yeah, I mean, like obviously there's going to be like good Muslims or bad Muslims, and good Christians and bad Christians, but
are they?
I find that.
Are they bad?
Pardon?
If they're trying their best, are they bad? If they have a mental illness, or if they have fear, or if they have anger.
Well, I think I find the 5 pillars really, because that in itself is like, I don't know, it's kind of subjective in a way. I think like, because when you're using like human judgment, it's subjective in a way. But I like the reference of the 5 pillars of Islam. You basically follow these 5 pillars. And you know, you will get rewarded for the afterlife. And I think there's a lot of stress in that. Whereas opposed, if you're a Christian, it's like, okay, you just repent, you just keep repenting over and over and over again.
Yeah,
and it's, you know, and then
it's good to confess, but the confession without like a willingness to actually change and to acknowledge that you were not perfect in that way. That's not a real confession, in my opinion.
Yeah, like there has to be a line that you draw in the sand where you say, okay, this is where it's moral and it's immoral. And like for like Ramadan, for example, it's one of the pillars of fasting, and that was actually my first. By the way, I don't know if you know this, but I reverted to Islam probably about a couple of months ago.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
I had thought that you had reverted a long time ago, but
Oh, okay. Okay, good enough.
yeah,
But actually reverted. Maybe like you probably saw my Facebook post, but yeah.
maybe
Anyway.
were you maybe like considering it for a while before that?
Oh yes, yeah.
Okay.
So I actually did it. And one of the pillars of Islam is Ramadan, and basically you can't have any food or water
or music
between in the morning. Right? So you can eat between I don't know. It just depends on where you are, but for my time zone, it was between basically 9 o'clock in the evening till 3 o'clock in the morning, where you can eat and drink. But other than that, you can't eat and drink past that time point. And even when you work out, you're still not allowed to drink. And
right.
I find
that's a problem.
I know. Well, it was really hard.
I know that's blasphemous against Muslims, and I'm sorry, but I mean, I don't think the way that Americans and Christians like eat a bunch of meat, and maybe eating pork is wrong. I don't know. They say it's very genetically close to humans. Whatever. Maybe we shouldn't eat pork, but maybe we could figure out a way to eat less meat. Maybe that's causing other problems on our planet too, that scientists are saying that producing too much meat and the methane that their bodily functions produce, and the fact that we're not really meant to eat that much meat. Like, in our past, there were times where you ate meat, like, I don't know, what was it, once a month, once a couple weeks, I don't know. I think we should try to maybe we don't need to go vegan yet, but maybe we should consider.
I'll take this a step further. I'll take this a step further. We should stay away from meat and grains. There's actually there was like a warrior tribe in Central Asia once. I think it was the Mongrels. Yeah, the Mongrels. Like, they basically had a diet of like fruit and berries, and they didn't eat any grain. Like, it was fruit, berries, and vegetables, and they were like hard as F, and and they're really hard to defeat.
Don't really do a whole lot for you, as far as nutritional value. They fill you up, which is helpful sometimes, but really, we're supposed to eat a lot of roughage. We're supposed to eat a lot of salad. We're supposed to eat a good amount of fruit for sugar. And I do think there's a case to be made for either eating no meat or a little meat, because we did develop biologically and culturally and socially over time by hunting and gathering, both of them. So maybe we got to still do that, or maybe now that we know that we can get proteins and things from nuts and other things, maybe we don't need to eat meat at all. Maybe we could pursue, because unfortunately, Pakistanis and Americans were both very guilty of eating a lot of meat. Like, whether you want to believe veganism is right or not, I personally think we should have some, but nowhere near the amount that Pakistanis eat meat and rice and gravies and bread, and and the Americans eat a lot of meat and bread, and with their a lot of burgers all the time and fries and shit. Like, this isn't good for you, But everybody's convinced that I deserve the choice, right? And yes, you do. But is it a real choice if it's pushed in marketing and in indoctrination all the time? And it's the cheap stuff, right? It's the stuff that the poor people can afford. So let's keep them suppressed. Let's keep their bodies and minds suppressed. Let's not give them the other option, because they can't afford it.
Well,
I don't know.
Maybe I can go back to a religious reference, like, God gives you the free will to do as you please, but there's obviously going to be consequences for each action you do, either that it falls in line with God's law or natural law, whatever you want to call it. And, if you break it, obviously there's going to be consequences. You may not experience those consequences right away, but maybe multiple generations down the line, you're going to have drought, and you're going to have mass starvation because there's not enough land to keep up with the demand of the what?
How free is free will? What is free will?
Free as you want it to be, I guess, until death. I don't know.
I'm sorry?
Free as you want it to be until death.
True.
You have free will as long as you're alive.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Do you have the free will to, like, if you can't find food, or if you get eaten by a shark, or I don't know, whatever happens, a bear attacks you, a cougar attacks you, how free is that? Like, you have to be careful with your free will, right?
Yeah.
And your free will is dependent on everybody else's free will too. You know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If somebody really wants to, they think I'm a white nationalist, even though I'm not. They can kick me out, because I talk shit, I talk shit about the white community and the black community and everybody. Like, I'm tired of everybody's bullshit, honestly. Like, we're all fucking to blame,
Yeah.
Nobody's innocent. In my view,
no.
There is literally no perfect Muslim, no perfect Christian, no perfect Jew, no perfect, Buddhists. Some Buddhists get close, but then you have Buddhist militants. There is no ideology that's flawless. It's just not. It's not. I wish it was.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, it's like if you open a history book, it's like war, conquest, invasion, and then there's empires. I guess that's like a more sophisticated form of war and conquest and subjugation.
Yep.
And I guess enacting upon, I guess, more I guess it does actually, like in the Quran, it says that, you'll have more free will than the person who is a non-believer. And I guess in Christianity, there is also those passages as well too. So I know Christians like to say that Muslims are violent or whatever, but there is some passages that do talk about warfare in the Bible as well too that are very similar, like almost a copy too.
Yeah,
yeah.
And the Torah talks about the superior race, but there's also allusions to that in the Quran and in the New Testament of the Bible too. I mean, I think the superior thing needs to go away. Do you know what my religion is, by the way?
What's your religion?
It's more of an ideology, but I call myself a seeker. Okay. I hope I don't turn too many people off, but maybe my honesty about it shouldn't turn them off. I'm agnostic. Do you know what that means?
Yeah. I was agnostic for a little bit, but I just find it was a little bit too wishy-washy. And I guess it was kind of same thing with Christianity too. I find a lot of Christians, they're just, going through the motions, and it was really hard to, you might hate me for this, but I like to take things like more literally than the average person. So when I read the Bible, I like to take it literally in some sense, like it means something, as opposed to like another fiction story that, I'm supposed to get some vague lesson that's different from one person to another, which is really frustrating to, gain some guidance from. But I like something that's like concrete and I can follow, and, I know I'm doing good or if I'm doing bad. You might say that's primitive, but I think, it's probably like the most productive way that you can, without getting like, too crazy or anything like that, or too off the wall. Like, it helps you keep centered, and it just gives you purpose, and it gives you drive, and it gives you like kind of, instead of like these superficial goals, like a lot of like main culture, they give you like, oh, if you just reach your goals, if you make this much money, if you have this wife, or if you have this house, you've made it. But those are really like superficial things, whereas religion gives you like a higher purpose. Like, I'm doing this in order, because there is like some sort of order in the universe. Like, why is the earth revolving around the sun at such a perfect axis? Like, who did that? Who created you? Like, it answers the question of who created you, right? There is some sort of creation, and a lot of like even Christians say, when God created the earth, he created it with age. So like maybe the tree was not like necessarily what we think of like 1,000 years old or 100,000 years old, but he made it like 1,000 years old the first year that of the creation is whatever it is, and then how do we get on Earth, right? And the creator that created us, and is basically Adam and Eve. And then when Eve tempted Adam to take from a fruit from the tree of knowledge, God warned them about, and it seems like if you really understand it, it's like, what, that's probably right, because we like seek knowledge all the time, and whenever you seek knowledge, you just seem like you just get more insane, or it gets more rabbit holes, and you just get crazier and crazier and crazier. But
hey, the cat's out of the bag, right?
Pardon?
Cat's out of the bag. Eve brought Adam the apple, and now they have the knowledge. You can't go back now.
No, but I wouldn't say knowledge is a bad thing, or that we shouldn't seek knowledge, or we shouldn't advance or anything like that. But I think there should be, like you said, like, we have to go back to basics before we even think about like going to the stars, or being like you say, or having renewable energy or anything like that. I think we got to go back to, like, our basics, our fundamentals, and how we built these societies to begin with, because I think that's kind of lost in this malaise of like consumerism and ideology and postmodernism, and everything is critiqued to the death, and nothing is really true anymore. There's no really right or wrong answer. There's no really objective, way of living. You can just live how you want to live, and so, but
it's
but
both,
you look at like the strongest nations that are most unified, they have something that they believe in higher of. They don't believe just because they're white they're superior, or they're black they're superior, or they're Jewish they're superior. I feel like even if like they're the longest lasting because they believe in a higher power, and they submit to that, and they all agree upon this narrative basically on, there's some objective right and wrong.
And that solidarity is strength, but it is also weakness. There's like, again, like, I mean, I'm sorry, like, I guess I'm the nothing is true guy. Solidarity is a good thing. It is. In some ways it you have a closed fist or an open hand. One finger is not as strong as the fist. But like it also, solidarity and conformity to its maximum is also not good, because what if that solidarity has a flaw that your enemy can exploit? I don't know. Like, I think there is in human societies, as they've evolved over time, and one's destroyed the other, or one has merged with the other, it's a constant conflict to figure out what it is that's really right, and what it is that we're really going to be able to work together on and move forward with. So
can you name something specific that they would like any society? It could be Muslim, Christian, Buddhist, like name something that's somebody might exploit in order to gain an upper hand over them, or geopolitically, or to destabilize.
So I had posted that, and I think you saw that I had posted a Islamic excerpt about how the Muslim forces should, people who are not necessarily believers should be protected as long as they're willing to write the submission thing. You can't attack our nation. You can't. This is our ideology, and you can live over there. You can live in another place if you disagree with it. But if you're going to be among us, then we'll protect you. And you should be able to believe and say what you want, because we should have to convince you that this is the true way. And I will say this, and I have never accepted Islam, but I have always respected it, because I do believe that at least among the three Abrahamic religions, it makes the most sense to me scientifically. There's definitely a case to be made there that is not necessarily with the Bible, which I believe was just, unfortunately, I believe Jesus was a great prophet and a great man in person. I think a lot of what he said, unfortunately, and what his disciples got, and over time, and then compiled under Emperor Constantine of the Roman Empire, I think some of it was lost or misinterpreted or changed, or I don't know. I wish I did. Like I try. I want to. I kind of want to believe in that, but I'm also a product of my society and my people, and my people, whether they say they believe it or not, don't seem to really believe it. And there's a lot of them that don't believe it. There's a lot of hardcore atheists, like I've talked to Pakistanis and Muslims, and I've told them I'm agnostic before, and I told them I'm seeking knowledge, and I've told them, like, convince me, and like, let me see something, let me read something, and they're always like, it seems like they'd rather me be atheist, because they were like, it seems like you're confused, whereas if somebody was actually an atheist and just definitely didn't believe and definitely was never going to be convinced, like, do you really prefer that? Like, really?
I think you would probably get along better with like Egyptian Muslims because they can actually understand where you're coming from. I know what you're saying because I have interacted with a Pakistani imam at my mosque, and I was asking questions about the Trinity, and he's just like, well, haven't you picked your religion yet? Like, I don't know what it is with Pakistanis, but they seem like it's like they're very invested in it. Like, but the thing is, though, it's good to like get knowledge so you can actually articulate your point of view or your ideology or your faith or whatever. So you can actually, it's called practicing Tawheed or Dawah, spreading Dawah to non-Muslims or other Muslims who are confused, right? I think, the Muslim world tends to be somewhat ignorant sometimes, and I wouldn't put it on the people for the religion, but I think obviously there is some like cultural influence of Islam. Same thing with like Christian society. There's people who are not religious, but they're still influenced by culturally Christian values, right? And maybe they'll do the cross, or they'll pray to Jesus, or like it's embedded in you, or they'll say Jesus Christ. That's inherently thing.
Yeah, even I catch myself. Like I was raised Baptist, Southern Baptist Christian, and I don't know, somewhere between the ages of 18, 22, something around there, I slowly started to not really think that way, unfortunately, or fortunately, I don't know, one or the other. But it didn't seem legitimate. It just didn't. And I catch myself now even sometimes saying GD, whatever, and why would I even need to? Like, if I'm not a believer, or if I'm not even an atheist, and I don't refuse God at all, like I don't refuse God completely, or I don't accept God completely, like why do I even need to invoke the name, right? Like, I don't know. But then you got to talk to people to get the knowledge of God also. So it's just crazy. These things, you try, you gotta like really, like, if you really, all right, so you got to pick your principles, right?
Okay.
I think Muslims who call themselves Muslims sometimes aren't necessarily in their minds and in their hearts really wanting to live by the principles of Islam. I'm not going to say they're not Muslims. I'm going to say that they're not really interested in some of the really important and really inspiring principles of Islam. And I'm going to say that about Christians and everybody else too, like all these different religions and ideologies. You got to pick your principles. And honesty is a really, really tough one. Real tough. Because if you're a fake Muslim, or you're a fake Christian, or you're a fake, Buddhist or whatever, you can play the part to be a part of the community, or to grow in your position and status in that community. But if you're honest about being agnostic, now you're confused, and now you're seen as something that it's a threat to us. We need to convince you, and if we don't convince you, like over enough, maybe we'll try a certain amount of time, and then if we don't convince you after that amount of time, like what you're saying is like really annoying to us, or really low, that's a threat to us. So like we don't want to hear
that. Oh, I hate that. Like I would do that at Bible study too, and I get like dirty looks all the time. Like,
I did Bible study as a kid because I was like really wanting to fucking figure out what they were trying to tell me.
Yeah, and it's like the only really like concrete thing I've gotten from like a pastor was, first of all, he told me that, don't take the Bible too literally. It's just a bunch of stories. And that really kind of irked me a little bit because he was a pastor. It wasn't just some regular kind of follower.
If you're a pastor, you gotta actually, believe that it's really, something there that you have to explain.
Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't know what it is, but like I have delved into like the different denominations of Christianity and the history, and I think it has something to do with like denomination, like, and how they get those interpretations. Because like if you're like an evangelical, you'd actually be like less informed to be like a scholar, and you would be like more into like doing rituals or like speaking tongues. And there's actually a sect in Islam that's kind of like that, but they still have to read the Quran though.
There's speaking in tongues in some of the Christian communities.
Sufi sect is known for like their rituals. And you know what? I don't mind them. Like, as long as you are educated, I could see a benefit to them. But if it's like your only like kind of card that you play, sorry, you're just a nut. One thing has to come with the other before it to make sense, right? You have to have vinegar with vinegar and salt or whatever, or you have to combine the two to get a reaction.
There's a saying that's like you catch more flies with honey than vinegar or something. I don't know if that's what you're getting at, but
something like that. Yeah.
So I kind of disagree with now.
Yes. There you go. So what was I going to say? So I think a lot of like, there's obviously a lot of different sects. Oh yeah, it's Christianity, but a lot of it has to do with like the different interpretations and like the history. I believed I was in the church. It was called the Salvation Army. I don't know if you're familiar with them.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of weird. It's like they believe in like, so you have to be fed first before you preach the word of God. And I just thought, isn't that like the exact opposite of what Catholics believe? Because Catholics believe in fasting. Muslims believe in fasting. And yet there's this like Protestant sect that believes in like you have to have your belly full first before you believe in God. I'm just like, isn't that like the most materialistic thing like you can think of as like a faith? It just seems like and you like all these like self.
Because I don't think, personally, I don't know if you were finished. I'm sorry if you were still talking, but see, for me, once you've accepted the word, right, then your belly's not full. You're already informed. Your brain already has that information, and when you're fasting, and whether you're willingly fasting or not,
mm-hmm.
your mental capacity gets lower over time, and
mm-hmm.
in a way, it's good to do that. Maybe every once in a while, or
mm-hmm.
Maybe you're preparing for if you have to do that without it being your will. Maybe something happens and a drought and famine comes, and maybe you having been prepared for that a little bit, it's easier for you to handle that situation.
Yes.
But at the same time, the initial learning of it, especially because we teach our children, right? We teach the youth the word. We preach them the word, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think in order to really understand, if we really want them to be inspired and enlightened in their thinking, you have to feed them, and you have to take care of them, and you have to give them emotional support, and you have to give them, you do have to fill their bellies to a certain extent. You shouldn't overfill them.
You don't have to fast all year round, but like there is actually there's a saying in like when you're fasting in Ramadan, if you recite a prayer, it's, you get 80 times more reward to heaven as opposed to if you just recited a prayer with it wasn't Ramadan. Same thing if you fulfill the zakat, like it's like a big deal. Like, zakat is one of the pillars of Islam. You have to donate a certain amount of your income to charities, right? And so if you donate to zakat during Ramadan, you get 80 years, or you get 80 times more points, I guess, to heaven than if you're to do it, non-Ramadan. You still get points, but you won't get as many points if you do it in Ramadan. So there is actually some sort of, like, I guess you could say, conviction in actually doing it. And actually, I could see, like, especially if you're an adult, like, it's really helpful, especially if you eat a lot and then you starve yourself and you basically think, like, this body, it's not infinite, it's not forever, right? And it's once I go, right, all the food, all the muscle, all the work I put into, because I work out a lot, all the bench press, all the weights I've lifted, it's all going to go back to God, right? It's all like, none of that's going to really matter, right? What's really going to matter is it's my deeds, right? And and I think that's really good. And I know a lot of some Muslims don't fast with purpose, but I find it was really enlightening for me because, just because I eat a lot and I work out a lot, and then all of a sudden you're not allowed to eat. It's kind of weird, eat or drink within a certain time period. So it really gives you kind of a certain perspective on things. It's just kind of like you're living like a monk. I think of it this way, right? Yeah. I wouldn't necessarily want to be like skinny like a monk, but I understand like their how living that way fundamentally gives you a different perspective on things as opposed to if you're always being fed, if that makes sense.
I agree with that. And I think it's also there is the fact that not all the people on the planet are Muslims or believe in fasting or even will engage in fasting, and there are non-Muslims that will fast in some ways. But I do think it is, whether you're Muslim or not, it is important to understand what people go through when they're fasting. And I think like Islam, I think one of the reasons for doing that is so that what it is like for people that maybe can't feed themselves as much as you usually do, or don't have access to the kind of nourishment that really, really strengthens your mind and body. So I do think there's a lot to be gained from that, from that knowledge.
Yeah, and that's why like there's a lot of like promotions for like zakat, especially like the last 10 days of Ramadan. It's just like you'll fulfill your deeds for 80 years if you donate within this time period to us, and these people who are starving, and for us to practice dawah, to go into Africa to practice dawah and get these people converted to Islam. And Christians do that, but it's weird. It's like they do it, but like at the same time they do it for status. You know what I'm saying? I guess maybe Muslims do it for status, but I don't see it that way. I don't see it Muslims doing for status as much as like Christians, like especially like evangelicals. This is my experience anyway. But
well, that you have a good point with the evangelical, and especially in the U.S. we have televangelists. There's a big name that I won't use, but another person who I call him and I'm not going to use his name either, but he's my favorite. I call him my favorite authoritarian Christian. He even said about this other major personality that everybody would know, that he's a wolf in sheep's clothing. I mean, it's just always conflict. It's even among Christians, and you have I don't know. Like I'm
sure there's corrupt Muslims.
like,
I'm sure.
Bang your head on the wall all day to like try to figure it out. Like I don't know.
I think I don't know. Like we just religion does say that, man is flawed. That man's really not gonna be like godlike, but
Never.
never,
Never
right?
will.
We're always gonna be. We always struggle with the flesh and the spirit. It's always a struggle.
Mm.
No matter how much knowledge you have or how many times you fasted, it's always going to be there. You're grounded here. We're here. We're in this muck together.
Yep. We have to
nobody's
live,
really.
we have to die.
Yeah, everybody goes through life. Doesn't matter if you're chosen, if you think you're chosen, or if you think you're not chosen. Everyone goes through the same process.
Yeah.
And it's not to demean like any like national identities people might have or rituals or anything like that. That's actually encouraged. Once you're made a certain way, God made you a certain way. He made you maybe 5'8" for a reason, or 6 foot tall, or he made you with strong hands, or whatever. He made you born in this country for a purpose. So we all have like a purpose in life. And it's like we have to play out our own. We have to follow our own tune, basically. There's no really like carbon like perfect life that everyone can just follow. Like the American dream, where you get the 9 to 5 job and a white fence and 2.5
And even if you get the 9 to 5 job, is that really what makes you happy? I can tell you that there are so many of us who are not happy, and they have money, but they're not happy at all.
No,
not at all.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get really
what
irritable.
makes you happy? I don't know.
Yeah, I've really gotten irritable when I just chased money, because that's what I grew up in. I just said the way to life is to make a whole bunch of money, and to get status and to be the most popular person. But something in me was like, this isn't right. This isn't right. And like even my family was noticing I was like getting really irritable. And I just felt like, I remember I was just like, I felt so dead. And I just like, it was like my spirit was like empty. It felt really weird. And I looked older too. Like I was like 24 at the time, but I looked like 30. There's like pictures of my driver's license. I look like I'm like 35 years old. I was just like, holy fuck, like what the hell happened, right? And it's like, it's true. It's just like when you pursue like hedonism and all that, it does have like a natural consequence into your stress hormones and like your aging process. You age quicker and kind of all that. And yeah, it's I don't know if you heard the term Babylon before.
I have. I don't know if you're referring to, like, I believe it's.
Is it like something to do with the Roman Empire, right? Like the Roman Empire, and like.
I believe I don't want to make a mistake because I'm not 100% sure, but like Jamaicans and Rastafarians, their people have referred to Babylon as like an empire. So I believe it may be Western, or it may be America, or it may be British. Like it may be just be white people is Babylon to them. I don't know.
Or it could be in different things. I don't know. I thought it was like a Roman.
It could be that we're all Babylon.
Yeah. I mean, we're pretty much all Babylon now. You can't like not participate in this. You can't, even if you're like a rural farmer in like Morocco. Like you still have to engage in the wage economy in some form of way. So we're
you even if you don't like money, like you have to have it. You have to use it because you don't have a choice. You need to use it to engage in trade to get what you need from that you can't produce yourself. Yeah.
Or you have to go into debt.
Need or want or debt. Yeah. And you can work your ass off, and you could work a 9 to 5 or not a 9 to 5, but a quote unquote regular job, right? Yeah. Where you're like, not making anything. Like you're just there. And like, okay, you get to eat McDonald's 3 times a day. Okay. Great. This is a great job and I'm really happy and I want to keep doing this over and over again rather than boom, Yeah. And I really wanted to believe what my father was preaching to me and the peace thing. And I tried it. I tried it so long, and I tried so hard, and I fought and fought and fought. I was, my video had my guitars in there, which I had been gifted over time, and one was gifted by somebody else. But that's pretty much what I have. I mean, I have my it's called a PlayStation, a video game console. I haven't really touched it.
You still have that? Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, I haven't touched the canvas. I haven't really touched the. I played once or twice with a friend, but I wasn't into it. I just didn't. It wasn't. I couldn't. I just couldn't do it. Like, because I wasn't into it. I'm not in. I'm not. I don't have any cannabis on me or around me. But if I did, I don't think I would want to do that either. Like, it's boring right now. Like, I'm trying to get something else going, you know? And it's not, I don't think there's anything really necessarily wrong with those things, but there's an effect, there's a side effect for everything. There's a side effect for every substance. There's a side effect for every action you do. There's a side effect for playing video games. There's a side effect for reading a book. There's a side effect for going on your computer or, watching a movie or a TV show, a magazine, and the types of magazines and video games and blah, 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 all these things. And, I love video games, and I think, I took on the character of Big Boss. That's the character of Metal Gear Solid. He's seen as a hero to some and a villain to others, because that's what we all are to each other. Like, I'm going to be your hero or your villain. I don't have a choice. I wish I could be your hero, but I'm not going to be, ever, no matter what I do. As hard as I try to be peaceful and try to hear you out and try to learn from you and teach me and maybe, I'm trying really hard. If Christianity is right, I should be Christian. I'm trying really hard. If Islam is right, I'm going to be Muslim. I'm trying really hard. If whatever else is right, I'll do that. Like, you can't, at a certain point, if you're really trying to be honest and you're really trying to really figure it out and you can't, and what if it's a flaw in your brain? Or maybe that's not how you were created. Maybe you're not supposed to be that. Or maybe you will be at a later time. Yeah.
I think of this wise quote. It's from a philosopher. I don't know if you've heard of him. It's called Max Stirner, philosopher. The ego on his own. There's a line in there. There's a hero, that we don't like, but we desperately need.
Yes.
That's what I was thinking about. Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I'm happy if it produces a positive change. I'm happy to play that role for the next. It would be 12 years, I guess.
Yeah.
And then maybe I'm a one-term president. Maybe I accomplish a lot as an agnostic in that office. Yeah. And then I leave that office having felt like I did something. I'm not an emperor. That's not what this country's about. I don't want to be an emperor. My birthright is to possibly, what is the highest aspiration that I can, as an American, aspire to be? The president of the United States. I can aspire to be a congressman. I can aspire to be a senator. People say, I should run for mayor. Blah, blah. I could aspire to that, but I think it's a waste of time, and I think that it's going to force me to pursue agendas that I'm not interested in pursuing. I'm interested in pursuing one agenda: peace. My peace. It is my peace. I'm sorry, it's my peace. I really wish it wasn't, but that's how it is, man. I mean, it's either going to be your peace, it's going to be Islam's peace, or Christianity's peace, or agnostic's peace, or atheist peace, or whatever. Like, peace is just, it's a good thing to learn about, and it's a good thing to inform yourself on. But it's also possibly unattainable. But why not strive for it anyway? Why not do what you can in the moment you live in to do what you can with who you are at that moment? So before I wasn't, I really wanted to embody the peace, and I really wanted to just do that. And that's it. And unfortunately, while submission is good, it's also bad. Like, sometimes you need to not submit. Sometimes you do. And at the moment in time that I'm in, I don't think it's a good idea for me or any of my people or any of the other people around the world for me to submit at the moment. I think somebody's going to have to force me to submit, which is what everyone does anyway, right? Just submit to me for 4 years. That's all I'm asking. 4 to 8. But I don't care. Like if I lose, I might not even run. You know, that's the problem. I might not even run for the next term because presidents waste too much time, and the people they have working for them waste too much time to win the next election.
Yeah.
And what if they don't win? Then it's just a real big waste of time. Even if they win, you're wasting your time.
Mm-hmm. It's so weird, like, to me, like, you know, someone gets elected and then like a couple months in, they're already like campaigning for, you know, midterms or endorsing this or that representative for the states or whatever. That's the kind of the crux of democracy. It's you know, like, they're not incentivized. That's what I'm saying earlier. They're not incentivized, you know, to have long-term goals. It's like, you know, just, you know, appease the voters for now with these short-term kind of things, like, you know, with Trump saying, oh, hey, look, I made the stock market go up, like, even though it really has no bearing on anybody else's lives except for, you know, the fat cats in Wall Street. It's a short-term thing. It's like, hey, look, there's more jobs. Hey, look, your 401k is good for now. Well, you know, now it's going to be.
It's so secure too, yeah. Like, but and these small gains that everybody is like, you know, okay, you know, I made a little bit. I got the stimulus check. I got $1,200 from the government. I'm so happy about it. Like, you know, like, okay, good for you. You can like fucking feed yourself for a few weeks or, you know, a couple months. Like, if you really, really try, maybe stretch that out. You know, like, big deal. Like, we're this. You know, that's the one good thing about this war with COVID is it's forced people to get online more and talk more, and you have to be in your house. But hey, everybody still wants to be social. Yeah, right.
Yeah,
we want to talk to each other right now. Other people want to see my video, even if they don't like it or you know, comment. They've seen it. There's a good amount of views, and I'm going to keep sharing it. And if people can convince me I'm wrong, they need to convince me. And if the military in my nation, I have friends in the police and military, and you know, there were times where I was playing more of the peace, right? I was playing more of the, you know, I always wanted to inspire to be a police officer and or a soldier. I also didn't. I always admired that, and I always you know, honored it. And that's really, I think it's big in all cultures, but it's really big in mine too, especially because America's the big boss, you know, or at least we think we are. So, you know, I don't know. So I still respect it. And it's crazy how I respected it and I honored them, and I didn't speak up as much. I spoke my mind, but not in the way I am now. And I don't respect it as much now, and I criticize them more now, but I'm actually more in the mentality of what they are than I was before, when I respected them more and was peaceful. I'm more in the warlike mentality now.
Yeah.
And that's what
dark side, my friend.
That's what man. You know, that's what life is. That's what making money is. Like, it's all war, man. It's all war and peace. You're fighting. Yeah. You're working for people. You're submitting to them to work for them, or you're getting people to submit to you to get work from them for yourself. I'm being selfish. I am being selfish by wanting to be the president of the United States for however long anybody wants me or not want me. I acknowledge that. But I'm being selfish and what I believe is selfless as well. I thought I was doing that before, and then, you know, just over time, like it was incremental. It was religion, and it was, you know, whatever faith I had, or maybe it was the wrong faith, or maybe the wrong people were teaching me, or maybe I wasn't seeking the right information, or maybe I wasn't exposed to the right information. I don't know, but everything that I have ever believed in has let me down in some way, even myself. So how do you reconcile that? How do you reconcile war and peace? You just do what you can, man. And I choose truth and justice. And my name is Justin. My mother named me, my first name is Timothy. That's my father's first name, and his father, that I said CIA in my video. I also kind of thought it was not, he's actually NSA. And I actually kind of thought that, but like, I wasn't in the right frame of mind even then. That's the only mess up I made. But even in my mess up, more people in Pakistan and more Muslims that are not as informed even know what CIA is before NSA. So maybe there was a reason that I said CIA, even though it was incorrect. But I'm acknowledging that now. Leaders need, and anybody needs to be allowed to make some mistakes. This all right. I want to that cop that did that. I really don't understand why nobody did anything. And I would personally, there's a part of me that really wants to get him. It really wants to execute his ass, right? Wants to fucking chain him up in my basement and fucking go at him for however long I can keep him alive. That's the dark side of me. That's the dark side. That's the demon. But I want to use that demon and choose to not. I want access to all the power that I can muster. I don't want to keep it. I don't want to maintain it. I want access to it because it is I am entitled to try. I'm entitled to make my case. And, the amount of money I have, or the amount of financial success I've had a lot of success, an incredible amount of success that was not financial. I was not rewarded for it. Very, very small, in my opinion, and my father too. Very, very small amount, and not really what we needed to for the best for our bodies and our souls and our spirits. And people, we wanted. My dad has been doing this 15 plus years, and has preached the peace, and I believe that he really, really wants that. I really do, but I don't believe in the means anymore, because nobody paid attention, man. Nobody really bought it. My military buddies that I really respected, they didn't buy it. Guess when they started paying attention. You got to do crazy shit. You got to shoot somebody, or you got to shoot yourself. Yeah, attention. And then even then they don't fucking pay attention. Even then they don't really fucking care. Or
here's this: they'll pretend to care. And then they'll try to manipulate you into their agenda.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just like I'm doing.
Yeah.
But hey, I'm being honest about it. These people, my Muslim friends and my Jewish friends and my Christian friends that share these things over and over again, whether they're just sharing happy, peaceful, some people share like I was sharing cat pictures and videos and shit, cool, yeah, that's great. It makes you happy. It makes you I can smile at that, and that's good. It is good.
Yeah.
And people share pictures of their food, and people share, but why can't we do some real shit? And those people are sharing. Some people are sharing real shit. They're sharing the fucking shit that's going on in Kashmir. Yeah. And they're sharing the shit that's going on in Sudan, and they're sharing the shit that's going on in this country.
Yes, sir.
What are they doing about it? Okay, good. I'm glad you're talking. I'm glad you. But hey, who has a real shot? I've been told by some of my people, some of the people who are Muslim that I work with in the Muslim communities here and elsewhere. Oh, I got that white privilege, right? White privilege. Don't use it. Keep your mouth shut because you white, boy. You not use your white privilege. You got it, but you better not use it.
Shit.
Why not use it, man? I want to use it to make a positive change. I'm gonna nominate You know, the fucking.
I want all the white privilege in the world.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
All privilege. Like,
Yeah.
white people, it is true. White people have far more privilege in anywhere in the planet than almost anybody. But there are places, even here, where being white is a real fucking problem for you. It's a big fucking problem.
Mm-hmm.
And good thing I was never afraid of it, really.
Mm-hmm.
And because I wasn't afraid, other people's fear and anger didn't really, it dissipated over time. And I showed them who I was. That I'm not afraid of you. I don't hate you. I might get angry at you sometimes.
Yeah.
But I want to help you at the end of the day. And white savior complex. Maybe that's true, man. Maybe I got the white savior complex that people have accused my dad of, man. And maybe we have a certain mentality with a father who was in the NSA and the shit that they teach you to be an intelligence analyst.
Mm-hmm.
But it's there, right? We're fucking spying on our people and spying on other countries, and they're spying on us. Like, you shouldn't do it. You shouldn't admit it. We're fucking doing it, brother. Like,
oh yeah.
Like, just fucking acknowledge it, man. We're spying on everyone if we can. We're fucking. There's maybe somebody fucking listening to this conversation right now.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. I hope and it's good thing. It's a good thing I'm not really that much of a threat yet, because once I start being a threat, once I start building or if I don't, I might not. But if I do start convincing some people, now it's a problem. Now I've made myself a target. Now they might assassinate me like JFK or fucking Martin Luther King or fucking Malcolm X, like all these fucking great people who had some real shit to say. And how many people, they'd go to the rallies. They'd hear the big boss speak. But how many of them fucking embodied the big boss's principles?
Mm-hmm.
How many of them really protected their big boss and themselves?
That's the thing, man. It's hard to find those people nowadays, especially in our modern society, because we're so weak.
Yep.
That's the downside to individualism. That's what I say. It's like the collective nations, by, I guess you can call it the Darwinian survival strategy or survival of the fittest, but it's true in some sense. Like, the people who bind together, who have the best evolutionary strategy, outlast those who are individualistic or, just go out for their own personal interests or they think they're for their own safety. They don't think about anything else other than themselves.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
I do. I know what you're saying. And and the other thing is, being an individual and being a leader it's kind of hypocritical in a way.
Mm-hmm.
You want peace and you want people to, you want what's best for them, but you're going to war with them over ideology to convince them that you're right.
Mm-hmm.
Are the Republicans good? Are the Democrats good? Are any of the parties that never have a chance in this country good? The Green Party and, are they really good? Like, maybe they want to be, maybe they strive to be,
Mm-hmm.
but what will be achieved? Right?
It's like they don't really have an ideal they strive for. It's just basically like, well, the stock market's good, or the economy's good, or or we got more foreign labor in, and this is good, and
or maybe we got like a little bit of extra spending on what we wanted in the moment.
Yes,
and then maybe in a few months or a couple years or the next president, and they reverse that shit.
Yeah.
What did you really achieve?
So if you were to become a president, right? Like, would you want to be like there for 4 years, or if you really cared about your nation, wouldn't you want to be there longer than 8 years, so
Damn
that
right.
all your policies, don't get effed with?
Damn right, but
there you go.
But you're right, and you're absolutely right. But it's not my job.
Yeah.
It's not my job. Once I'm there, my job is commander in chief and head of state, leader to the free world. And I don't agree with that, but leader of the free world is a fucking, it's an oxymoron. Like, come on.
I like what Trump has done. I like what Trump has done because he's undermined that.
I know, right?
Yeah.
He's undermined everything I believed in him about.
Yeah.
And I'm so disappointed about it. Like, I mean, I wish this didn't have to happen. You know, the people, people you had interacted with on the posts and wherever else, telling you or me, you know, not many people actually contacted me. And those people, like a lot more people contacted him first. And then they slowly started to contact me more.
Mm-hmm.
But then now, hold on 1 second. Open this up real quick. You know, there are people that are like, you know, I'll do this for you. Or like, I was, and I don't really feel, I've made everything public now anyway, so fuck it.
Let her out.
My father has I secured a $5,000 grant for Puerto Rico through a platform called Global Giving, and I secured 1,000 plus in personal donations as well from that platform. And the grant, the personal donations, I don't know if they have a time limit. I don't think they do, but the grant was supposed to be used within 1 year. And it's been at least 2 or 3. Maybe, I don't know. It's been a long time, man. Like, and I kept reminding him, and I hate to say this, I'm betraying him, right? War. But he shifted that money immediately to Pakistan because that's where his loyalties lie, with Islam and Muslims in Pakistan. And I wanted my loyalty to be with them too, but I was too much of who I was. I wasn't enough of what Dad was. I wasn't enough of what they were for them to accept me. And maybe if somebody had shown me true acceptance, maybe I could have accepted Islam.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they could have proved it to me.
I guess that's the one thing is I struggle with like the institution of Islam is there's not really anything for like Western like Muslims to like, because like you're really disincentivized to actually, you know, convert, because, you know, you'll get ostracized, you'll get socially, you know, outcast basically, and no one want to talk to you.
Even if you're constantly questioned. Like,
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, it's not like I dogmatically, but it's good to, you know, have some conviction and some principles, definitely. And then maybe, you know, question those principles when the time may come. But I guess the one thing is maybe I'm being maybe too motivated with my goals or anything like that, or maybe it's not reachable or might be reachable, is I want to establish like a mosque for people like of Western origin. So like, you know, people who've been here for multiple generations, either that be like Native Americans in Canada especially, or other white people.
You're in Canada, you're saying, right?
Pardon?
You said you were in Canada?
Yeah.
Okay. I thought you had said there. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
Whereabouts? Like you said, Quebec or?
Yeah, I've been to Quebec before, but I don't necessarily. Well, everyone knows already. I'm in Saskatchewan, so it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
You know, you never have to tell me if you don't want.
It's public. It's public already.
Mm-hmm.
It's everyone. If everyone, like, my name's out here already. So if anyone wants to actually look up my name, I'm on some like anti-hate watch list in Canada for the organization I'm affiliated with, because, you know, I don't hate myself as a white person. So. You know.
That's the other thing, right? You don't have the white savior complex, but in your white savior complex, you have to like hate your people and yourself at the same time, which is also good. It is healthy.
Yes,
I think it's good, but there's a point. There's a point to it.
Mm-hmm.
You can't hate yourself too much, and you can't love yourself too much. You got to question yourself when you know, maybe you're fallible. You're a human being. You know, you're not God. You're not a prophet, right?
Yeah.
So, like, don't be afraid to fuck up. Like, if you think what you're doing is going to do the best thing, then like, maybe sometimes you got to do that.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not going to like pretend that I'm going to like, maybe I'm not going to do everything right. My platform that I've posted, not everyone's going to agree with it. A lot of people don't. But even the people that agree with it, just the fact that I went against what I was before, they're scared. They're like, whoa, holy shit, dude. Like, some of them maybe didn't even know I owned a gun. Even anybody who asked or never became relevant, I told them. And I've only fired it at a range. You know, I fired a couple other guns here and there at my friends' backyards, you know, in the wood, and, you know, they live out in the woods or something. You know, I mean, I've never committed a violent act with it. I've never even killed an animal with one. I've eaten animals. I'm responsible for their deaths because I've eaten them. Because I'm human. That's what we do. Like, that's what a lot of us do. And that's the other thing. People can't own up to it. You know, all right, so what if veganism is the right way to go? Right? Are the people that are eating meat right now, are like, maybe they're doing something wrong, but are they bad people? Right? You know? Are they really bad? Like, or do they need to be convinced? Maybe you need to show them, like, maybe the vegans or maybe whoever else who has a superior, or thinks they have a superior ideology, isn't being aggressive enough. Maybe they're not trying hard enough. Maybe they think they are.
Yeah.
Maybe I think I am. Maybe I've just lost my fucking mind. Maybe I've always been out of my mind. Maybe my dad and my grandfather and back and everybody else is just fucking insane, because that's what humanity is.
Yeah. You know what? Another thing that really angers me is these like rape gangs. You know, and no one wants to do anything about it. And that's really what pisses me off about like Western institutions or Western men, is that they'll say this is horrible, this is bad, and then they'll go on this like purity spiral and say, like, they'll hunt out somebody that says, like, if they don't say if it's like bad enough, like oh my god, I think you agreed with the raping of Pakistani rape gangs or whatever, and then they'll like ostracize you or whatever if you don't like toe their line. But like, while all that is happening, all that nonsense, you know, it's still going on. So nobody's actually doing anything. They're just virtue signaling to each other. That's really
that's what I'm doing, man.
You know, and my friend, and you know what? It's kind of weird because he was talking to one of these people in a chat once, and he just lost it. Like, it was crazy. Like, he's just like, you know what? Screw it. Like, Pakistani rape gangs have human rights, and you have no right to say it's wrong, blah, 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 this, that. You're not going to do anything. And like, he said it for like shock value, right?
Yeah. No, I like it. Even if he had really believed it. See, I want people to fucking start saying shit like that, man. Yeah. Like, it doesn't scare me as much as it does everybody else.
Oh, yeah.
Like, you got a fucking demon in you? Like, tell me about it. Like, or hide it, right? Hide it. And then, like, that demon fucking destroys me later, you know? Okay. Like, I don't know. Like, I want the demon that I can see. And maybe because I'm not afraid of the demon will be willing to show itself to me more. And maybe I can disarm the demon. Maybe I can disarm my own demon. Maybe not. Maybe I can put the demon down a little bit. Maybe it'll grow. Maybe I will be worse.
Oh my God.
You gotta watch. You gotta keep watching me. You gotta keep talking to me. You gotta keep trying to convince me of your way. And I might not agree with it. And it can't be a constant thing, right? It can't be you're just always talking to me and only us are talking to each other. It's got to be other people. We got to have other people come and challenge me and challenge you. Maybe you need to be the big boss. Maybe they need to be the big boss. That's what this country is about. Maybe other ideologies and countries are not, but the religion, right, of the United States is a government of, by, and for the people. So is it bullshit or not? It can't be of, by, and for the people if it's for God, unfortunately, because people are not God.
Mm-hmm.
We're not. Maybe we can strive to be.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you know, we're secular. We have separation of religion and nation and state here. You know, maybe that's wrong. Maybe that is wrong.
Yeah.
But maybe it's not. Or maybe even in it being wrong, I can use it to make a positive change anyway. I don't know. Maybe it's a negative change. Well, I'm willing to do it, and I'm willing to try, and I'm willing to fuck up big time. Big time. Because I don't think that I'll fuck up as much as everybody else is fucked up, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't. And that's my psychopathy and my sociopathy. You know, you can't just be the empath, because that's not what humanity is. There are people that are, you know, through nature or nurture, they just are what they are. Maybe I am a sociopath. Like, there are other people who are real serious sociopaths. Like, much, much worse than I am. They, you know, maybe they fucking molest children, or they fucking abuse, you know, they cut up animals in the woods, or they, you know, for no reason, they don't eat them. They don't even eat the animal or whatever. They don't use its parts for anything. Maybe they, you know, maybe they rape women, or they rape men in prison, or they torture them, or like they forcibly keep them from getting proper nourishment and proper understanding, proper knowledge.
I always think that, like, you can always meet somebody who's like who looks or sounds and looks like they're peachy clean, but really they could, like, you be a Jeffrey Dahmer, like have all these like murdered bodies all cut up and in the freezer, and then all, you know.
You got to see if that's really what I am. Maybe I have, but I haven't. I haven't. But hey, don't believe me.
I don't know if I believe.
Investigate, and if anybody has any, finds anything, any real evidence, not fucking conjecture, you know, not conjecture that, oh, because my granddad was in the CIA, that means that my dad and I are definitely CIA, and we want to fucking control all of you. Like, no, we didn't before. We wanted to help you in the ways that you wanted us to help you, but you weren't helping us enough to do that. So how do you reconcile that? You take control. Like, it's like,
you just know. You just know.
You just got to know yourself, right?
You just gotta, like, you know, ask the right questions, and then if you got them on the brink, you know, you just keep going at it. I guess that's what interrogation is, or that's why they waterboard people, to a certain extent. Sometimes, though, that gets false confessions, though. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah. Torture is just as is not just as bad, but it over time, even the torturer, unless they're like from birth, like already fucked up, and even then maybe there's still a negative effect. But like a torturer, and you know, somebody, or an executioner, or you know, even an investigator, like there's like going and fucking investigating a crime scene where there's like women butchered in a room, or, you know, men cut up, or brains splattered from gunshot, or, you know, whatever, you know.
Yeah,
that has an effect too. But, you know, like, all right, we got to hold our cops to a higher standard, right? But at the same time, we got to empathize with why they're in the mentality that they're in. It's a militant mentality, which is what I have. I've always had it. I was just repressing it. My father has the militant mentality. My grandfather has the militant mentality. And the grandfather, big time, went into the militant. My dad preached peace with a bit of a militant attitude, especially with me. So why should anyone expect that I won't be a militant? Especially when my nation is a bunch of militants. Even if you're not in the military, all these gangs pushing drugs, fucking moving women and children around to get used for sex, and is, you know, we don't have slavery anymore, right? Bullshit. Never fucking went away. It changed forms. We have wage slavery now. We have fucking women enslaved to be sex slaves, basically, and they're not allowed to speak up against their big boss. They're not allowed to get away from them. They got their pimp that's got full control over their pussy. So, I mean, what the fuck, man? Like, there's always a boss.
Yeah.
You got to pick the right one. And I don't know if I'm the right one. I think I am, but like maybe I'm not. I don't know. I think I am. For 4 years, I can be a good enough boss.
You know, this might be controversial saying this, but those people are not that morally reprehensible as opposed to people who practice usury and manipulate people into conflict and you know, basically psyop people into believing things that are against their own interests. I think I view those people as more destructive than the pimp on the street. You know,
you're absolutely right.
You know what I'm saying?
You're right, and you're absolutely right. And I'm willing to be worse than them if that's what it takes. And I really hate to say that, but I completely agree with you. You know, we have fucking corrupt politicians and corrupt business elites up the wazoo over here. And maybe I'm just going to be another corrupt politician that just because I'm out of the mold, just because I haven't chosen a Democratic or a Republican party, and you know, maybe me doing that, maybe my arrogance in not choosing and wanting to make a third party in this country, maybe that arrogance is a bad thing. Maybe they're right to suppress it. Maybe they're wrong.
I would love to see you run as a Democrat. I think you would be like a radical, like Democrat. Like
I would be a radical Democrat. Hey, I'd be a radical Republican. See, like, and the thing is, how many?
I don't know. It's like
Democrats. Really,
how do you
like,
know what's the difference nowadays? Honestly,
there's no fucking difference because the main problem is that they're both really. They're controlled. There's too much money in politics. There's too much. There's too much ego. There's too much, oh, you're the big boss because you got the most net value or you got the most popularity or, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, there's always a reason. There's always a reason. Like, and then the person who's elected president, how powerful are they really? How much change can they really make? They're just a figurehead.
Well, I think we're just run by bureaucrats and like people who make laws in the books. Like the president really just enforces them, but you know, you have all these like
he has like a legion of people who are pushing what their interpretation of that big boss's ideology is.
Yes.
If I were to get elected, I still have to depend on the people that work for me doing what I really want them to do. And maybe not all of them will. Maybe some of them will try to sabotage me or not do their jobs properly or you know, whatever. Like, I acknowledge that is going to be a possibility. Like, you know, you think Trump is really in control of every single person in this country? Like, or even every single person in his cabinet he's fired a bunch of people and, you know, they speak up and maybe they're making bullshit up, but there's too many of them. There's got to be a lot of truth there. Like, and it's been worse. Like, I don't like Obama, but this is worse. Trump is worse because he's not even allowing people to fucking criticize him as much. Like, you gotta, a real leader lets people criticize them. Maybe they tell them, like, okay, say your point of view, say it quickly because, you know, we got other shit going on. We're a militant nation. So maybe we got to go fucking like attack this enemy. But if you got a point to make really quick, maybe, you know, tell me, and maybe you're right. And maybe now we change our direction up.
Mm-hmm. Well, the way I look at it is this way. Like, to really undermine a democracy and all its corruption is not necessarily, like, you can do, like, go into politics and maybe you can be like a representative or something. You can reform some things. But I mean, the system is so gigantic and huge. It's so corrupt. It's like, it's more than what we can imagine if we actually looked into it. You know, it's that rabbit hole. It's just like, it's endless. The way I look at it is you got to like undermine the fundamental morality of like that the government actually respects human rights, because we all know that they don't, right? We all know that they commit crimes. So the way I look at it is like you have to like maybe entice them to break their moral code, to undermine. I mean, they do it themselves already with that cop, you know, kneeing on the black man. Like why would the black community go up?
That man's name is George Floyd.
And it's just like, I get what the black
been president. Maybe George Floyd should have been fucking big boss.
Exactly, right. And they deprived them of that human right. So you know, that undermines their credibility to rule over you. And so whatever law they make that might oppress you, why would you want to follow it? Fuck
Exactly.
that. Like let's what you
Hey,
know,
hey,
let's
I've mentioned too before.
let's burn the police station down.
Yeah,
Let's
right,
burn
yeah.
the AutoZone. Let's burn down Walmart. I was
Yeah.
on live streams. It was like, hey guys, why don't you just go to Walmart next?
Hey, but hey, how much can we really criticize them for feeling that way and doing that though? Since
You
that's what
can't.
we fucking do.
I don't get. That's the thing. I don't get. That's why I say white national, like all these like white nationalists say, "Oh, it's blacks. They're chimping out." I'm like, do you know why? Because like they're getting oppressed.
Oh,
like,
there's totally no white supremacists in this country.
Yeah, totally
No,
not.
no, dude. No. There's
That's
no white
why I say
supremacists.
it. That's,
There's no
that's
white
what.
supremacists anywhere else on the planet either.
Yeah.
There's no white supremacists still being quiet in Germany. Nah.
Nah.
They're fucking there. There's the white supremacists. There's the fucking Pakistani supremacists. You know, the white supremacists are just the bigger problem.
Mm-hmm.
And how do you solve the bigger problem? You take responsibility as much as you can, even though you're not necessarily like you're guilty by association. You're not necessarily guilty, but you still take responsibility for it.
Yeah, you could still be for your people and not be like guilt ridden all the time.
Yep.
But at the same time, you have to be like, you know, like this government, even if I were to think of it as in your own self-interest, like the government does the same thing to white people as well. It's not necessarily a racial thing, but they do all in a different way.
They do more to black people though.
Yeah.
They really do. And to minorities.
Yeah.
But the thing is that person, that white person that gets oppressed, that gets their head bashed in with a pistol for no reason. Yeah. Like, okay, so you're gonna tell that person, oh, they got privilege, right?
Yeah.
You got your face smashed in, your skull fucking caved in by a baton, and you got the white privilege, baby. Nah, dude. Nah, like that dude, whatever. Maybe he had white privilege before that moment, but that moment changes him, and he doesn't have his fucking privilege anymore.
Exactly.
Or her, or whoever. Like, maybe that person went through some shit that you don't fucking understand yet. Maybe they got a point to make.
Yeah. Well, I could think of like especially like working class Americans who have been abandoned by globalization. You know, they're jobless. Like I could think of like the Appalachian Mountains people who used to work in coal mines, and then they had these like little F-tard, libtard journalists tell them to code. And then, you know, when they started firing journalists, they tweeted back and saying, "Hey, why don't you learn how to code now?" You know, it's like it's just like you have to look at the situation. There's different, like all white people are not the same, and all black people are not the same. We all go through different things, and that's why I criticize white nationalism, because it assumes like all white people are going through the same thing. But really, we're not. There's different classes of white people, just like there's different classes of black people. And we all have different issues that we have to deal with, right? Whether that be incarceration or taxation without representation. There's like a whole milieu of problems, but we're all like, it's the system doesn't benefit us, you know? And I think what's really like the parasitical, that's why I say like the people who manipulate us into these identity politics, the superficial, like you're white, you're black, fight each other, you know, oh, you press, you know, you have white privilege. Oh, you know, blacks, they're, you know, they brought this on to themselves or something like that, right? And so you have these, so you're fighting each other, but you're not really focusing on like who's like up at the top, like who's actually like manipulating those things. Yep. It's kind of weird that, you know, after Occupy Wall Street, all this like identity politics came into the forefront. And, you know, it was all of a sudden, it was like these white, it was like a white backlash of like Trump voters, and it was oppression against black voters. And so like, and the media is part of that too. Like they profit off of like, you know, like these like groups, like they make more money. They make more money, even with the COVID thing, they made more money by sensationalizing, you know, the deaths of COVID and how bad it is. You know, like not giving the people a clear picture. They're not really in it to like, that's the thing is a lot of people that go into these jobs, they just want it to make this most money as possible. And there's nothing wrong with that, but like you have to have like some sort of.
Maybe there is though.
Pardon?
Maybe there is. maybe there isn't, in the sense that, right, that's maybe, and even like, you know, as a man, like we have our male and female identities as well.
Yeah.
And as a man, you're the provider, right?
Mhm.
So it's your responsibility to make the money for the family and take care of them. And that's why oftentimes, you know, a woman will, she can work, or maybe she chooses to work and wants to work, but she has more of a choice of whether to work or not sometimes, in some cases. And she can also do humanitarian work in her family's name, because her husband's making the money for their family, providing for that family. So she can be the pillar. She can show what the good of that family and what they can do for others, right? And but the man is still a part of that. Even if he doesn't participate as much in her humanitarian work, him providing for her needs is allowing her to help others. So, I mean, you know, and that's just one tiny example. And you know, we can also talk all day about gender identity. It's a big thing here. Like, not everybody accepts the whole male-female dynamic. That's something like I was raised and like had struggle with, to like figure out, like, okay, like, should I be accepting of homosexuals and bisexuals? I reasoned that, yeah, I'm gonna accept them. I mean, maybe it's the American in me. Maybe it's my lack of faith or whatever. I don't know. But like, as the big boss,
controversial here.
I'm sorry?
I'm going to say something controversial here.
No, go ahead, man.
Religious aspect. So there's different sins, right? So there's sins for like drinking excessively. There's sins for like fornicating out of wedlock or having a child out of wedlock. And there's also sins for sodomy. Now, these are all equally bad. But when you say sodomy is bad, it doesn't necessarily mean that you can't be a Christian or you can't be a Muslim. It's just that you just have to recognize that it's a wrong behavior, and you have to, fix yourself in order to, be more in line with God. Right, because Allah is forgiving, or God, or whatever you want to call him, but it's the same Abrahamic God.
Yeah, I know. No problem.
And the thing is,
that's the thing here. Like they're starting to get it, and I've started to preach it, but too many people here didn't understand Allah as God here for a long time. Like, come on, man. It's just a fucking different name. Allah, Yahweh, like
it's the same. It's the same God.
Yeah, exactly.
And the only thing is, like, Christians will say, well, you're not praying to Jesus Christ. Well, that's the only thing. So they're basically admitting they're idolaters.
You got a point there, bro. I can't argue against that. Why do you think I don't really believe in it anymore? Like,
I totally get why people are atheists and agnostic. I totally get it. So the thing is, though, like, even in a secular Western society, that's a fundamental religious expression. And if you're for, practicing Muslims, practicing Jews, practicing Christians, even practicing homosexuals, you'll have to let them practice their beliefs and their ideology or religion, I guess, in some cases. Yeah. And if you say that's hate speech, now you're violating their human right to freedom of expression.
Yep. There's that. That's another problem, right?
There you go.
That's another thing that, as an American here, I struggled with, because I don't like, even the people that are committing those, apparent sins of, sodomy and all these things. I don't necessarily, they're not legal crimes here. One. So as the president, it wouldn't be my responsibility to tell them one thing from the other anyway, like, as an American president. I could have other people who feel differently explain to them maybe some shit that I don't understand, and try to get them to see it a different way, and maybe they'll convince them. Maybe the opposite will happen. I don't know. But my responsibility, and this thing, I got censored on Facebook they said it was hate speech, and maybe it was. I disagree. You know, that's the other thing, the battle of ideology. I plead not guilty. And I use profanity. I use profanity for males, strong profanity for males, strong profanity for females, and strong profanity that alluded to every other gender that's possible. And I got censored for 24 hours because that was my first censor. And I mean, I've said crazy stuff. I haven't ever like gone, like I think I know the word that they censored, that they were like really wanting to pretend to care about. That's the thing. Like that's the thing about censorship. And that's the thing about information control, and that's the thing about spying and not admitting you're doing that. You know, it's always a form of, even what I'm doing is a form of information control, because I'm trying to control my narrative of what I see, all the information around me. So, and I don't have access to all the information either. And even as president, I still won't, man. I'm not going to know all the shit the CIA and fucking paramilitary groups that this country employs to do their shit covertly. I'm not going to know everything. I don't think the president does. I don't think Trump maybe knows everything that's happening. Maybe people think he knows everything.
Well, that's what they say, that the deep state is involved.
Maybe there is a deep state.
Yeah.
But hey, why do I need to acknowledge whether there's a deep state or not? If I'm the president, I wouldn't really know anyway, right? That wouldn't be my role. People don't understand. They think the president has much more power than and he has a lot of power, and it's expanded. Every president has expanded the power of the executive branch, but the executive branch is made up of a bunch of people and a bunch of different intelligence agencies doing their own shit and their own agendas. So how much power, even though the office of the president and the executive branch is very powerful, how much does the one person, he relies on the information that other people share with him.
I think maybe it's their desire to have like a dictator.
Yeah, like, you want to have somebody you can blame, right? Trump's responsible. Who elected Trump?
Well, I wouldn't necessarily. That's true to some extent, but I would view it as like people who are pro-Trump. They want him in there for a long time because they actually want their country. They feel like he can do the job, but obviously to be like even effective dictatorship, you also need like a strong, robust, like bureaucratic system that is principled and it doesn't selectively enforce the law when it feels like it, or interprets it in its own kind of way. You kind of need like you need a nation to agree upon a narrative, and America is really divided and it's really fracturing, and that's why they're losing their hegemony, where they used to have that national narrative. Now it's losing. Now it's black versus white, Republican versus Democrat. Yeah.
We that's the thing. Like you can say, and I don't want you to censor yourself, and I don't want to censor you. I think you should say whatever you feel about other people's sins and my sins. But I also don't have to change necessarily, or at least right away, because you think I'm a sinner. And I am a sinner. Are you not? I mean, I don't know.
To one degree or another, we are all sinners. We all have to deal with our flesh. We're never going to be totally God.
Yeah, exactly.
There's an objective way, like that necessarily that comes from my mouth, but it comes from somebody else's mouth. That ultimately comes through the prophets, and the prophets got that from God.
Yes. And okay, so God. If you accept the faith, God's word is infallible. Are the prophets' words as infallible? They may be close, right? But you can't say that Muhammad is equal to God.
No.
When Christians say,
I'm sorry. Yeah, maybe I worded that wrong. I apologize if I
don't think you did.
Okay.
I see that.
Maybe it's a Christian in me. Maybe it's the Christian in me is like sometimes. Jesus is God or the Muhammad's God.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Right. Yeah. I was just making a point that some people confuse God with something else, right? Like you think Christians, and you're right, they see Jesus as a part of God, and Catholics see the Holy Trinity, right? And there's this Holy Ghost that is in play now. You know, I don't know, whatever. But again, like, and it's valuable because my country allows freedom of religion. So you should tell me, and you should say if I'm being sacrilegious or I'm failing in a certain way or sinning in a certain way. I mean, Trump and Biden and all these other rulers, and Clinton and both Clintons, and that leads me to another point. Government of, by, and for the people. We were supposed to have abolished titles of nobility and political dynasties. Yet, we've had 2 Bushes in office, right? Pretty close to each other.
Yeah.
We had a Clinton and another Clinton that had a good shot. We had a Trump who represents the very affluent, big business minded, and then you had Obama, and now you have his vice president. How much of a by and for the people government we had?
Yeah.
We don't
It's not a meritocracy.
If you're sinning, right? If your country is sinning,
yes,
and you know that it's sinning, and you try not to sin with it, you have to sin with it in order to show them what you are. I'm the bad guy, man. I really am. I'm a white guy. I'm responsible for the shit my people have done. So I gotta do it, but I'm also not. I'm also I've tried to be everything but I gotta take it. I gotta take the responsibility. And what's the best way for me to take the responsibility? What's the best way for me to try to put another picture of the white race out there? Take control as much as I can, right? Make as much money as I can. Grow my community.
Minorities respect a white person that doesn't take any shit and is not doesn't bend the knee.
There you go, right?
It's true.
I got the white savior complex now, but maybe I can use it. Yeah.
With great powers comes great responsibility.
I'm sorry?
With great powers comes great responsibility. And
yeah, exactly. I love that Spider-Man quote.
Yeah,
maybe it's somewhere else. It's absolutely true. So I will be, and I am. I always have been. We all are. Maybe my sins are necessary. Maybe I have to be arrogant. Maybe I have to play the tyrant and the oppressor. Because maybe that's what I really am. But maybe I can fill that role. Maybe I can diminish the role too while I do it. Maybe I can show people another way of thinking. But maybe I need to embody it first. Maybe I'm no better than Trump. Maybe I'm no better than Biden. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I am. But how do I prove that I'm either better or different? At least different. I gotta embody it. I gotta try to get people to understand what I have to offer. And again, I won't have. It's not a dictatorship. And even dictators, they have more control, but they still don't have full control. Somebody could assassinate them. Somebody could fucking, poison their fucking meal. They could fucking, maybe somebody else wants to set it up so that they can get in power soon. You could say something else. So many things other than that. I'm willing to accept the threat. I'm willing to accept the threat that I represent about wanting to make a third party in this country, a strong third party, not a third party that never even gets. There's I believe it's a 5% if it gets 5% of the vote, then the next election cycle it gets more funding. It's allowed to use more public funding, and which is also a problem. But because Democrats and Republicans, they can use public funding to like push their agendas. Is that good or bad? I don't know. But you're also suppressing a third party from being able to do that until they secure a certain percentage of the vote, and everybody else is encouraged not to vote for an individual. So another foil to me would be another person I respect, Marianne Williamson, who I like a lot of what she had said about showing love and kindness and forgiveness and these kind of things, and trying to put that in there. How successful was she? And she also, and rightfully she should have said, we don't need a chaotic president. Maybe we shouldn't have a chaotic president. Maybe we have to.
I think it's necessary. It's necessary.
Maybe the president we have is chaotic. Maybe the ones we had before were in whatever way they were.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they just didn't show themselves. Maybe they weren't willing to admit that they could be the bad guy and the oppressor and the sociopath.
Yeah. I don't know. And like, how would you like unite?
Maybe doing that destroys my chances. I don't know.
Yeah. How would you? What would be like your narrative that might like unite the country? Because I don't know. Maybe I'm just being a pessimist here, but
a lot of people in this country. Oh man, I gotta plug my phone in. I'm gonna lose you again. But a lot of people in this country, Democrats and Republicans respect JFK. Democrats and Republicans respect Abraham Lincoln. Democrats and Republicans, even to some extent, like Republicans less so, but they still respect Jimmy Carter because he's worked hard apart from being a president for the people in humanitarian efforts. And once I'm done being president for 8 years, whatever the fuck, I don't care. Like 1 year, like maybe somebody kills me, I don't know. But or they take me out, or maybe I'm impeached because I'm not doing the right shit. I'm gonna still, as long as I'm alive, do whatever I believe is humanitarian work. And I believe taking the throne, taking the presidency, begging my people to elect me their leader is doing that. I don't know. So I try to be, how can you unite a country that's divided? How can you unite left and right, male and female, black and white, and all the other races, minority and oppressor, minority and majority, oppressed and oppressor? You gotta be a centrist. And I do actually believe in it. I do believe in being the centrist. I believe that, unfortunately, you got to walk the straight and narrow line. Unfortunately, in order to be a leader that gets people to actually do something that maybe neither side really wants to do, but it's necessary for the humanity to keep going and to change and to grow and to evolve, because that's the world that God made. If there's a God, that's the world He made. So you gotta live in it and look at what you see in your interpretation, flawed as it may be, and direct it. Whether you actually, it's lucky that I actually will agree with all the positions I say, but and other people won't. But if I was just a liberal, right? If I was hardcore, nobody should have guns. Or if I was, a conservative and like all women need to get abortions. I mean, no woman can get an abortion, and I don't, honestly, it's always something that's never really sat right with me, man. I mean, I call myself pro-life choice. I want people to choose life, but I also like that choice part, man, because that's the American in me, man. The individuality part, it's again, it's like you're supposed to be an individual, but you're also supposed to be a part of a hegemony. And there is an aspect that's very authoritarian, and we're authoritarian about saying that we're individuals, but we're also compelled to be very
Collectivist.
conformist. Yes.
Yeah.
Um,
I wouldn't
so
say
how
there's
do you
anything wrong
reconcile all
with
of
that.
that? You got to try to be all of those things. Or maybe all of them and none of them.
I mean, I don't know if I would go as far as to say like go out to please everybody.
No,
but,
that's not what I mean. But
yeah.
Both though. I want to please. As a president, what is Donald Trump? What is one of Donald Trump's big issues? He doesn't like people criticizing. He likes people that are like, this is the big boss. Like, I can't talk against him. I can't do things a little bit different, and I can't make a little bit of a mistake, or like I can't say that you're wrong about something, or like, I can't like I get fired for saying that this policy is wrong, and this is not the way we should handle this situation, and now I'm fired, and now I'm talking about it everywhere. Like,
yeah, it's like the old saying, like, if you try to please everybody, you please nobody.
Right.
So obviously you're going to piss off everybody.
So
or not, you're going to piss off somebody. Sorry.
Yeah. Hey, and then that's the other thing. Maybe I'll never have a shot at the presidency, but maybe in my getting people to think and get pissed off a bit, maybe they'll be the one that's the real leader. Maybe they'll be the real big boss.
There's a Catholic saying that I might botch this, but let's see, what is it? You can control the things that you that you can control, and let go of the things you have no control over, and let God decipher the wisdom to decipher between the two. I think it's something like that. Yeah, it's quite wise and profound. But yeah, thought about that. It's like, that's pretty good. Yeah. So I mean, you there's some things that we just don't have control over, and there's some things that we do have control over, and it's our job really to decide, what our priorities are.
Yeah. So I don't like the way my country is behaving. I don't like the suppression of information and the very, very serious oppression and I don't know. I also don't like the gangs. I don't like the violence and the ego of that, and they're like a foil to each other. You got a government, but then your government is pushing an ideology and is forcing you into a way of thinking and being, but then other people can't try to do that too, right? It's there's so many things you could say, this, that, so all I can do is reject as much as I can about the worst of it. The worst of it is the violence, the unnecessary violence. And I can own up and I can say that, I am. And being a part of this country, and the president and the government is also responsible, one, for the people that it puts in a position where they have to fight to survive, right? You got to live for yourself. You got to take everything you can, So if you're doing that to people, if your oppressor is not just, they're not even like trying to help you build yourself. So why should you submit to them?
Yeah.
Why not be a gang member? Why not be violent? Why not take what you can, the power that you can? Why did I point the gun to my head instead of actually pulling the trigger? Or why didn't I go try to assassinate Trump or anybody else? Because I would be proving, maybe I am anyway, but I would definitely be proving that I'm just as bad if I did that. If I had committed suicide, to me, and I'm crazy, I think people have the right to commit suicide whenever they want, but I think it's a bad thing. I think they should choose life. I think people should embrace them and their demons and their struggles. And if there is a way for them to change without killing themselves or another person and be a part of the community and contribute something constructive, then I think we should embrace those people. I have been pushed away. I feel I've been pushed away by almost everyone. The only person I really feel, I have one really good best friend, and I have some other friends that have been there for me. And even now, like some of them I had not been as close friends with, now some of them are coming around now more because I'm playing the more aggressive side too. Some of them are quieting me. Some of them are getting quiet. Some of them are talking to me more. Some of them it's like a back and forth.
I'm finding that too. Like, you know, there's some people that, you know, that just are ghosting you and don't want to talk to you anymore because it's not convenient for them or whatever. And, you know, and then there's some people that just always talk to you and always, you know, engage with you, even if they disagree with you. So, I don't know. It's I guess people are just different and you just have to accept that too. Like, you know, not everybody's going to like what you have to say, and some people feel really uncomfortable with that, and I've had friends that, you know, that I've had since like grade 5, and they don't talk to me anymore since I've been down on this path of, I guess you could say, enlightenment or journey to God or journey to truth or whatever it is. I think it's kind of like I think Jesus kind of went through the same thing as well too. So you know, when you're doing something with the intention of knowing truth or just finding out something more than what you've been taught, you know, you are going to rub people the wrong way that necessarily are not on that stage of their journey. So you'll just, by a law of attraction, you'll attract other people. So you just in a way, and you have to have faith. So yeah,
that's true too.
Yeah,
even, you know, having an ideology is faith in that ideology.
Exactly.
Choosing life, choosing to live instead of committing suicide, choosing not to give up, even though that, you know, by not giving up and by forcing yourself to change because you would have stayed the same and stagnant, and you know, basically stagnation is apathy, and apathy is death. So whether I had made the video, whether I had actually pulled the trigger, like I could have stayed the way I was, and I would have not been fulfilled. I would have kept feeling dead inside. I would have kept feeling like I wasn't really living by my principles, and wasn't really trying hard enough. So, you know, I'm an artist. Being a musician is part of who I am.
Yeah.
Bill Clinton was a musician. I believe he played the sax. He plays whatever, the saxophone. There is a performance aspect to being the president, or to being any leader, or, you know, to try to teach people things, whether it's fiction or nonfiction. There's always artistry in how we communicate with each other. Language and communication is artistry. So, am I a con artist? I don't know. Maybe it's my con, and I'm just putting my artistry out there for my interpretation. Maybe it's not worthy. Maybe it is. I want it to be worthy. I want, whether I'm right about everything or not, it's not. I want my people to learn something. That's what a leader does. They teach them something. They don't necessarily control everything, but they teach them. And maybe they're inspired to change themselves. Maybe they're inspired to try to be a bigger boss than they were before.
Yeah, you know what? Like,
that's what MLK did.
Yeah, like propaganda is a very effective tool. Like, if you want to get something accomplished, if you have a clear goal, like if you want, and it needs to be, you need to like discredit the enemy. You can't give the enemy like any, like, you know, like when the people absorb the propaganda, you can't can't give them the thought like, oh, they might be right, or I can see where they're coming from. You have to the propaganda has to be geared towards look at these evil people, look at how incompetent they are. They're totally incompetent. This is like you have to totally discredit them, even if it's maybe slightly out of context or out of context completely. It's like you just go full bore because they're gonna do the same thing to you. So that's just politics, man. Like you just have to I actually added some videos in there about the Canadian government, how they dealt with their coronavirus, and I had it in mind of like, I'm not going to edit it where they might have where they're like they might be right of how they handle it. I'm going to edit it out of context on purpose in order to make them look at the worst as possible. And I think I accomplished that. It's just like it's just the way of the jungle, man. That's propaganda. It's kind of a unique thing about being a human being is you can kind of convey those messages for certain purposes. But I wouldn't necessarily say that you need to think like that all the time. But
no, not all the time.
Yeah,
but
there is some.
I don't want to be the same. I don't want to be them, but maybe I will be. But the one difference that I'll be is that I will be honest about the fact that they might also have something to contribute. Maybe at times they'll have more to contribute than I do. And that, being the figurehead, the boss, is not to have all the answers. It's to get the right person at the right moment in that position to produce the best outcome. That's the law of the jungle. That's the law of the concrete jungle.
Yes.
And you can. I'm very Socratic. We could go all day about it. My main goal, my number one goal, as the commander-in-chief and head of state, is to stop the unnecessary physical abuse of my people, especially the people of my minorities, and my people too. I want it to stop. And how do I stop it? You can't, right? It's always going to be oppression. There's always going to be a battle of ideology. There's always going to be suppression of information. I can't stop all that, but I can get my people to redirect their anger and their hatred and wanting to kill them. I can redirect their warlike tendencies, and instead of them taking life unnecessarily or putting people in chains for crimes that maybe they won't keep committing them if you give them a better interpretation, or maybe their crime is not really all that bad, or maybe they're in jail longer than they need to be, or maybe they're either innocent and improperly convicted and now they're not contributing to society. Whether they were guilty or not, they're not contributing much to us by being in prison. Maybe some people do still need to be in prison, but maybe we can lessen that, and maybe we can lessen the amount of force we apply. We're not going to stop applying force. That's the game. We're going to always apply force. If we, Trump's making a space force, which a lot of people are like, he's making a space force when we have so many problems on this planet. And I agree with that, and I disagree with it. I think we should keep in mind that we should get off this planet if we can one day. But maybe we can change ourselves a little bit to make that more productive in the long run. Maybe if we're like we are right now, maybe the devil we are now is really a big problem, not only for us, but if we get off of it, maybe we're bad for other places or whatever. And let's stop talking about the space cowboy stuff for a minute, but we're still just bad enough to each other right now. We're not going to stop it. We're not going to stop everything. There's always going to be a bad. There's always going to be the devil. There's always going to be the demon. But you can lessen it. You can make a positive change. We're not primitive tribes anymore going to war with each other on small levels. We're not nation states, we're not small city states. Some places are smaller, and now we built upon that to be nations, and there are places that even like are not there. There's places, I believe, in Amazon or whatever. There's communities that are still their own tribe. They don't want to be fucked with, and quite frankly, they don't want to be messed with, and we don't have a reason to mess with them. We don't need to mess with them. So, but I'm like I said, I'm responsible for my people, and my people are Americans, but they're also humanity. And I can't be responsible for Pakistanis in the sense that I could never, I don't have any birthright or entitlement to serve in their government or any other nation's government. I have an entitlement and a responsibility, if I can, and if I prove myself, to serve in my country's government as the president or whoever else. I think I can accomplish more as the president, and I believe that who I am would not be served well in any other position. And while admitting that the president can't do everything, and that I'm not going to change everything, and I'm not going to end all suffering, and I'm not going to end all this stuff. I just want to lessen it. I want to stop unnecessary suffering. You have to suffer to grow. It's part of life. But we can stop. We can lessen the suffering over time. I can be part of the lessening and the evolution of my species and my people. And I believe the way to do that, since unfortunately we're always maybe we'll always be warlike, but maybe we can change the way we wage war. Maybe we can start waging war of mentality more than ground wars, more than proxy wars. Maybe those will still happen, but maybe we can lessen them. Maybe if we started living by our principles of free speech, maybe everyone deserves free speech. Maybe not just Americans deserve free speech. Maybe all of us deserve free speech. Maybe the people that we stop with non-lethal weapons, maybe they have something to teach us later. Maybe they change, and maybe they are worthy. Maybe they show us something different at the time. Maybe they teach us. Maybe they can become a boss or a big boss. I don't know. I even have empathy for that officer. As much as I want to hurt him, I have empathy for why he did it. I can understand. It's in us. The devil's in us. It's in me. All we can do is try to lessen it. And we can stop if we can stop using the lethal gun, the bullet that you pull the trigger and a beautiful brain, a unique mind, even if it's sick, even if it's corrupted. Why do you want to destroy it if you have another option?
Yeah, I see that point, but I don't know if you're actually going to get rid of all the guns in America. That's
not my goal.
Yeah.
I made that point on it. I want the U.S. to start demilitarizing, at least for our own people first, right? We're still at war with everyone. It's a game. A constant perpetual arms race, a world of constant conflict. I'm not going to change that, but maybe I can change how we do it to our own people first. And maybe that teaches other nations, leader of the free world, right? Enslaved world. Maybe it teaches them, maybe they shouldn't be as hard on their people either. Maybe you can have a big boss that is not as brutal. They're still brutal. They're still an oppressor, because that's just what the role is. That's what a commander-in-chief is. I am saying that my ideology and is superior, and you should follow mine. my way of thinking. It's wanting to help and wanting to help people and wanting to change things and wanting to be honest about it too. Very tough. But I also think that whether I'm right or wrong, my goals that my people have expressed are most important to them, of making a third party, of ending the suppression of information and the suppression and the oppression of minorities and the oppression of anybody and the police brutality of anybody. Mm-hmm. Maybe I can do something to get them to stop doing that as much. Maybe just a little bit less. If one person, if me being leader, if me being president for however long I am, gets one innocent black, white, man, woman, whatever, maybe it stops their death or their suffering. That's enough for me. And I believe if that's the goal of everyone, I believe that I'm more qualified than anybody else to do it. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I got to prove my case.
Have you heard of the expression of like burning dead wood or like rotten wood?
Yeah.
I think like there has to be some sort of like cleansing of like, you know, certain ideas or how we like associate with ourselves when it comes to like work relationships or how we view each other. Like instead of viewing each other as like customers or clients or whatever, we actually view each other as like brothers and sisters in a more meaningful sense. And we don't judge people based upon how much wealth they have or how much, you know, social status they have, but like what they actually contribute to the community. I feel like that's like intrinsically lost because we built this like rich empire where we don't necessarily need to practice those things anymore. We don't need to, you know, be a humanitarian or any humanitarian like endeavors are basically like voluntary or they're, you know, they're a calling of some sorts, but there's actually no like collective ethos, I guess, of the society to be humanitarian. It's only to like, you know, virtue signal about, you know, oh, the poor kids in Africa, I'm going to donate $1 a day. And that's, you know, that's the end of it. You know, like it's very superficial in a way, but
I know a lot about that. Trying to raise money and do charity work with a community that won't support you, that keeps you down in the hole. I know a lot about that, brother.
Yeah.
So that's my phantom pain. Everybody has it. Everybody has it. The people I'm going to stop. Maybe I have to kill people maybe I have to order their deaths as president. I don't want to, but maybe I'm going to have to, man. Maybe that's my role.
Yeah.
And I'm going to regret that. I am. And I'm going to regret that I have to destroy ideologies and I have to destroy other people, my people.
Well, Jesus was, I know Jesus tends to be like a passive figure in mainstream society, but Jesus was known to, you know, usurp all the money lenders and people who practice usury and basically chase them out of Bethlehem, you know, and that in itself is very Jesus-like, you know. Maybe that won't be understood as in the mainstream, but if you actually read scriptures and actually are religious or actually follow or know what you're talking or know what is actually in there, yes, yeah. So that in itself is very actually Jesus-like. So I would say that's a very honorable thing to do.
Thanks, I guess. I mean, I'll acknowledge that while also acknowledging the devil. I'll acknowledge both.
You can acknowledge the devil too.
That's what America is. I guess that's what humanity is. So maybe I'll be a better devil than the others. I don't know. We'll see. Well,
like I think what you have is like righteous anger. Like you maybe have like God's anger or something like that. I forget how they phrased it, but like it's called righteous indignation.
Righteous. It could be that, and it also righteous fury.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, Jesus of himself was very righteous as well. So there's no shame in that, but it seems like our society wants to pathologize that in a weird way. I think that's for a purpose, though. I think that goes back to Rome, and I guess where the term Babylon comes from is like they use Christianity, subvert it into being passive so they can control the populace.
Yep.
That's what I think. You know, and a lot of people say, "What?" They don't even know what the fuck I'm talking about when I say that, but like, it's true though. It's you know, you pathologize all these righteous stuff, though, even what you're talking about of usurping the establishment or purging people out of their office or places of position they don't deserve to be in. You know, that in itself is pathologized. It's all about, you know, it's just about ideas. You know, you just have to have the best idea, and then the best idea wins, and then everything's okay. It's like, have you read a history book?
Yep, exactly. Right.
So
the ideology will never. It'll never probably never beat everybody, but maybe it gets you out there.
But like it's to have that as your strategy in order to seem good. It's just so naive. And I even question people. I'm like, are you like a Fed or something like that? Like, do you know how things actually are done? Maybe you're just ignorant, but also you could be a Fed as well too. So I'm always suspicious. Like, you know, I'm not like overly suspicious of everybody. It's like, oh, this guy's a Fed, this guy's a Fed because he didn't agree with everything I said. Like, I don't do that, but like, you know, I do something like, you know, what's this person's motivation? Like, why are they out here, you know, maybe on the public square on YouTube or at town hall? What's their motivation? Like, what are they actually wanting to accomplish? Like, what's their actions? Like, you can say one thing, but if you do another thing, you know, if you contradict what you say, you know, that really says about you as a person more than, you know, what you actually say.
That's true. You know? I hope that won't have to, and I'll do everything I can not to contradict myself.
Yeah.
Maybe I'll be bad in that. Maybe that's a bad thing too. Maybe that's also a sin, but at least I'll try to acknowledge it as much as I can. I'll stick to my core principles of wanting truth and justice.
Yeah.
And it'll be my truth and justice. But
yeah,
it's what it is, you know? That's the principles I choose.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's a lot of people out there that just like I do like question a lot of things, and I do question things with myself too. But like I wonder if they sometimes think that I'm just like demoralizing them, just, you know, like just so they don't get anything accomplished. But I just want them to think about what they're doing, like, and the consequences, and how people and what and how your surroundings will change and how people react to it. When you enact all these policies, it's something you have to really contemplate as a leader. Yep. And, you know, just to say that, oh, well, that's not important now. We just want to, you know, get this separatist state, and or we want to get this, and we will worry about that later. I don't like that mentality. Worry about that later. Like, it's just kind of it's intellectually lazy. If it's
important enough and serious enough of a problem, then that's what you got to go for, you know?
Yeah.
Like we keep talking about, we can't change everything, but we can change what's the real big problem right now.
Right.
Or what at least we see as the real big problem. Maybe we solve one of it, or maybe we make progress on solving that one big problem.
Yeah, definitely. Like, there's nothing wrong with making progress, but, you know, if there's definitely going to be like some consequences that overshadow any type of progress, that, you know, that step should be questioned. Like, you know what I mean? Like if you're going to have, like, let's just say you're going to have your own state, right? And you wanted to have it full of certain people, let's just say of a certain religion, right? And you're going to exclude the other religion because they're just the other people, they're other religions, right?
Right.
And it's like, okay, so this is my fascist state, right? You know, just these general things, right? And I only have to convince 30,000 people of this fascist state, and then you know, once I have it, and then everything will just line up perfectly. I'm just like, yeah, oh yeah, hey here. Are you worried about like other people, like, you know, having a problem with your fascist state, and maybe like the state like actually going in and like doing like operations, like, you know, overthrowing your leader, or you know, blocking all your economic ports, because you know you're going to piss off a lot of people by doing that.
I know.
And it's, you know, it's just like, oh no, we'll worry about that later. We just have to do this first. It's just like, it's pointless. You know, it is pointless to take that first step. If that, and then the next step, you're basically like, somebody's going to have a gun to you, and you're going to be dead. You know what I'm saying?
Well, yes and no. Yes and no.
Okay.
The one thing is, am I worried about it? No. I'm not going to hesitate, and I'm willing to make mistakes. But I'm not. I got a mental disorder, man. People. People.
Maybe I have a mental disorder. So being too critical. I don't know. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah. So, but people took my video so many different ways, and most people were very, very frightened about it. At least at first, too. And even people that said that they would keep, you know, like, I don't know, like, it seemed like I was getting through to some people, and no, I don't hear from them. Or maybe they're tired of it. Maybe they're like, oh man, he's always got some other bullshit to say. I mean, that's what the commander-in-chief does. I have the bullshit. I'm the foil.
Changing somebody's life radically right now, and they're not even commenting.
Yeah, true. That's possible. And maybe they'll see this later. You know, maybe it's not right now. Or maybe, you know, maybe just me being what I am will get them to do something. Maybe I'm gonna inspire the black man who's tired of his people getting oppressed to come up and actually show that he's better than me. Maybe he deserves to run the country. Or maybe a black woman, maybe a white woman. Maybe they deserve it.
I like the black community. They actually stick up for each other, as opposed to white people who are cowards and just take it up the ass.
Well, you're right. But I will say that I agree with you. It's that black people stick more with each other than white people, but they're also divided, and they're also against each other. And a lot of black people are working for a white guy's agenda. Big boss, right?
Yeah.
So I mean, you know, there's always something that can be said, man. And then, like, I want to help. I really want to help them. I wore my Black Panther shirt during that whole thing, and yeah, I'm still fucking racist, right? I'm sorry. I want to like help my country, and I want to help some of the most oppressed people in my country. And I wear the Black Panther, and I wear the Black Panther is one of my favorite movies, by the way. And I sing about being a white devil or a black devil or a black Jesus or a white Jesus, and people still don't get it. It's because there's always something they could say too. I'm used to it because I had this battle of ideologies with my father all the time. I'd say something, and he'd have something. It would always be constant. So I think a lot of that comes from indirectly. Maybe he says he was just ignored, and maybe, but I think maybe even just being ignored, maybe that was an emotional trauma for him. Maybe that was part of his NSA work as an analyst. Maybe that messed with my grandfather's mind. Maybe it's still messing with his mind to this day. Maybe you need a chaotic president. Maybe you need somebody out of their mind to be a foil to society, to get them to make changes for themselves. Maybe you won't even be president. Maybe you don't have to be. Maybe you can just talk all the shit you want to talk, and maybe they'll do it. Maybe they'll finally change themselves, and I can go and I can just I can just like feel like I accomplished just a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
just a little bit, and then I can go and have my peace. You know, that's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't need to be an emperor. Like, I don't need to be in power for the whole time. I can't have more than 2 terms legally unless they change the law, and I don't want them to. And if they don't like my first 4 years, then I don't belong there another 4 years, and I don't need it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even need to get there at all. You know, I mean, that's what this is all about. Like, I just need to say what I got to say. I don't have a choice. I would be dead. Like, I'd either be dead, I'd be down in the hole with my cousin, or maybe I'll end up in prison with her ex-husband.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, that if that's what you got to do to prove that you're a big boss,
Yeah.
then that's what I deserve, man. The big boss is there. Like, and the president isn't even the big boss. The president is the figurehead. The president is the foil to society, the commander-in-chief, the head of state, representing the strong face of the nation. But it's not all of what the nation is. I don't represent everything. I don't represent everything about my people. But maybe I can channel what I believe really needs to be said. Maybe I can channel the story that they really need to hear, and make the changes that they need to make right now. Like, just, you know, maybe a couple things. That I don't need to accomplish everything. I need to accomplish a few things. As Justin Shea, as Big Boss, as president, as just fucking Socrates, just a lunatic preaching whatever he's got to preach. I'll play that role too, man. I mean, whether I become president or not, I have accepted that I'm the big boss of my own life.
Mm-hmm.
I can't be anything other than what I am.
Yeah.
I had to grow.
That's kind of like, you know, once you go for something, I think it's lost upon the modern person in that, you know, you might actually go to jail, or for worse, you might like get killed. And I think a lot of people, that's a loss to a lot of people. But that you don't have to look too far back into history. Like, you know, the Clintons are notorious for killing their political opposition, or even like in Waco too. Like that's a whole other level, you know?
Yep.
And
hey,
you know,
there was some people that agreed with that too.
Yeah.
There's always people that are agreeing with the militancies or the gangs.
Yeah.
Maybe they're not going to like all the shit I'm talking.
The thing is, though, the gangs don't have access to media. They don't have access to the information, like the public institutions or the corporate media. Like, they don't have that. Or the guy from Waco, he doesn't have that. But I guess we live in an age now. It's different because we have the internet now. So
yeah, it's getting there. One, it's getting there, and two, unfortunately, as much as I'd like personalities out of politics and only to be ideas, the president and any like governor or mayor or whatever, especially senators and congressmen to a certain extent, but more so the like, you know, the executive has to be a personality. I don't want to be, man. I want to just get things done. I want to just push my community towards the right, towards a more productive, more productive avenues on this planet, more productive work, more productive ways of living, and more productive, more spiritually fulfilling, even, you know, as agnostic or whatever. This was to save my spirit as much as it is to try to save everyone else's. And maybe I won't. Maybe I will destroy spirits. Maybe that's what humanity is. And I don't know. Like, there's always something to say. I have the goal of lessening suffering. That's my main goal. Just to lessen suffering. I've never been.
You know, I think that's everybody's goal. Like, I honestly, even like the most like vicious people, or people who seem like very vicious, like, I think generally they try to make things less miserable. Either that would be through like spiritually or physically, but or even through ideas. They're trying to make things that are more suitable for them and their tribe, possibly. And I think this is the elite understand this. I think on a deep level, and that's why they try to pit us against each other. Which is maybe that's why centrism seems like a popular ideology, but I wouldn't necessarily say it's like the be all end all of everything. But I think centrism is a good avenue to go into accomplishing, whatever you want to accomplish. Like you wanted to maybe eventually have your own separate state. That's great and all, but we still have this government that we still have to deal with, the corruption and all. So they're going to come after you just as much as they're coming after the black people if you wanted to do your own thing.
Yeah, that's one of the major themes in that video game series, Metal Gear. The guy, Big Boss, creates his own nation. He feels betrayed by his country, so he leaves his country and builds his own nation, which is considered being a traitor. So because the people he cared about, soldiers, he wanted to build a nation of soldiers without borders, basically a PMC, a different paramilitary group, because he felt betrayed and he felt that the United States was disloyal. I feel my country is disloyal to me, to so many other people and communities.
Yeah. And
maybe we'll keep being disloyal while I'm in office or afterwards. But maybe a few people will start being more loyal. Maybe they'll start being more of what they can be. Maybe they'll start being more of their best self. Maybe me talking all this shit right now, maybe I don't have a chance at the presidency. I don't have a chance. I don't even have a legal right to it for 8 years. But maybe Biden or Trump, by some off-the-wall fucking, like, some crazy possibility, it's going to change one action they take. Maybe I won't be the president. But maybe, as other friends have told me, maybe I'm just a philosopher. Maybe, I've always liked that idea of the philosopher king, but maybe the philosopher king won't actually rule. Maybe the philosopher king just gets other people to think and be the best that they can be. And, if their ideology is superior, then they'll win. Maybe I'll inspire them to stand up. Maybe I won't build my outer heaven. Maybe I won't make my third party. Maybe somebody else will, because they're better than me.
Yeah.
I don't know. But
do you have?
I can't change what I am.
Do you think there's a purpose to life?
I don't know. I mean, I think if there is a purpose, it's to get as strong and grow as strong and make others. And because we're social creatures, it's not just about one individual either. The individual is important, but it's also about that individual inspiring and strengthening others to be their best selves. So, I mean, to me, I think that's what a real leader does. I don't think we've had a real leader in this country for a long time. In some ways, maybe they did some things right, but they're stuck. All of them are stuck in a mentality that doesn't allow true growth, in my opinion. You got to grow stronger, and you got to change. You got to be willing to make mistakes. You got to be willing to play the good and the bad guy.
Yeah, I could see how like knowledge can be like maybe my problem is I overthink things a little bit, and that's probably why maybe I'm
told that all the time too, man.
Like
it's a problem.
Yeah, like I don't know, because I know I've been critical. Maybe I've been too critical, and that's what's pushed some people away from me. But I always think about different things, and then maybe you're right in some sense that you just have to go out and you have to try it and see what happens and make some mistakes, and maybe that's what maybe maybe I'm thinking of a too pessimistic version of what might happen, but maybe, it might work out. You never know, I guess. So I don't know. It's hard to say. I just like maybe I'm like I get into this like doomer mentality a little bit, like nothing's gonna change. It's just all gonna stay the same. And I know like history, like there is times in history where people probably thought the same thing too, like, oh God, this is just like in Weimar Germany. Like I know. I probably they're thinking the same thing in Weimar Germany, or maybe they're thinking like in Rome, like, oh, Rome's never going to collapse. It's always going to be this way, and then it collapsed, and then same thing with Weimar Germany, like, oh God, it's not like I'm condoning Hitler or anything, but I mean, it's just like he rose his people, like you can't like argue like he did actually help his people out, right? Maybe not for the best, but the
people that he claimed to care about.
Yes, yeah,
I guess he was doing whatever he thought was right for them. Yeah,
right,
and at the expense of others, but at a really terrible expense too. Maybe I'm willing to hurt others, and maybe I'm willing to have a sacrifice. Maybe I sacrifice some of myself. Maybe I'm willing to sacrifice some of what other people have.
Maybe Hitler was a nice guy, and then just like you, and then he failed at artist school.
That's a good one. I like that. Oh man, I really hope I don't ever become anywhere near as bad as him. But hey, it's your responsibility to stop me if I do. That's what being a soldier is all about, babe.
Oh man, I don't know if I would. I don't know. Well, how would I? If you're gonna start, if you're gonna, how would I stop you? Like, how would I know when to stop you?
By all right. I'm not going to be perfect, right? I'll make mistakes, and I won't. Nothing, not everything I do, you'll agree with. But
yeah,
if you see that enough of my actions are producing enough of a positive change in the things that you care about, then you give me the freedom to complete my term, and to make those, to make the mistakes, and to also do the right things and make the right decisions. As long as I'm basically sticking to what I'm saying, and basically sticking to the few things that I really think I can do as commander in chief.
I don't think you can get away with that much, like, how could you say, ethnocentric, like, or gynocentrism, or like the amount of like what Hitler expressed. If you do that, you're just basically like a white nationalist. You're like, I know those people. I know those people. I know those people. White nationalists.
Yeah, no, but what were you saying about them? I don't.
Gynocentrism, I think, or like it's populism. I don't know if you say populism. Ethnocentrism, like heavy ethnocentrism.
Yeah.
Like if you're like heavy ethnocentric, like.
Right.
The white race is the chosen race, and we're
why would I want to pick a black woman as my VP? Why am I calling upon my people if I'm not doing what I'm supposed to be doing to remove me through impeachment, or even go to war with me? If I'm that bad that I really need to die. I already killed the old Justin.
I mean, really, like, if you're like the current status quo, which I think it's probably actually in Mein Kampf, Hitler like praises the United States for its racism and its ethno. That's where he got all his like racist ideals. Basically, it's from the United States. So I mean, you got this. United States is the most racist country in the world. So if you like turn into like Hitler, like whatever, you just be the status quo. So it'd be like, oh, you just turn into them.
How about this? How about white privilege, right?
Yeah.
You got to use it to make a positive change. What if I am able? And I'm not going to do this, by the way, because I don't want to talk bullshit. I'm not going to. But what if I were to get elected with my black lady as my VP and step down right away?
Okay.
Right?
Why would you step down?
Why am I more entitled to rule than she is?
Do you have white guilt now?
I got the white guilt and the white superiority. Yeah, you know? I got the white savior and the white devil, man. I mean, I got it all, dude. There's always some other foil. There's a foil to everything, man. I'm a foil to my dad. Like he's a foil, and we're all foils to. I'm foil to my grandfather, and I'm a foil to the black community now. I'm a foil to the white community.
Yeah.
If that's the role I got to play,
Mm-hmm.
because I don't have any other choice, whether it gets me further or not. I mean, what we're doing now, this is more than I would have done if I had just stayed the same, or if I had pulled the trigger. You know.
Yeah.
And that's another point I'm trying to make about us killing blacks and any other minorities and whites, whoever we're killing that didn't need to die.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I'm saying you have to submit to me, and in doing so, I'm filling the role of that oppressor, and I'm you know, all these things my way and my thinking and my policies are better than yours. But maybe my policies are going to put you in a position where if one day you have better ideas than I do, in 4 or 8 years, you'll be able to get there. You know, maybe a Native American will actually have a shot. They're one of the most oppressed people in this country too. Maybe they'll actually have a real shot. There's never been a Native American president from what I mean. I don't think so. There's, you know, we had Obama, and we've never had a lady president. So just in saying that I want to nominate a black woman as my VP, maybe I'm telling Biden with the shit he said about you ain't black if you don't vote for me. You know, and maybe what I did was, maybe it was a little racist. I don't know. I don't think it was. But if you think it is, you should tell me. If other people think it is, they should tell me. You know, I think what I did was trying to show that while maybe I'm willing to play the individual superiority role, I don't think that I'm superior because of my race. I think I'm superior maybe because of my individuality. And if I'm not superior in my individuality, then somebody else's individual, maybe I can inspire that other individual. Yeah, that's really what I want to do. I want to inspire the best of myself and other people. That's what I believe a soldier and a leader does. They don't have to be right about everything. It's always a cult of personality. You know, cult of personality for Stalin and Trump, even people like Gandhi and, you know, even MLK. They weren't perfect in every way, man. You can find the dirt on them too.
Mm-hmm.
Guess how much dirt I have? Not much. But there is a little. You know, I've pretty much said it on my Facebook posts about my anger and my willingness to like hurt myself. So yeah, I'm willing to hurt myself real bad. So I'm trying not to hurt myself so much. And when you hurt yourself, don't you also hurt others that care about you or don't care about you? If I were to take myself out or to slit my wrists or to, you know, I don't know, whatever harm that I would do to myself,
Mm-hmm.
even if it wasn't death, it would be something there. It would be a phantom pain I carried with me. What I've been through in life, what everyone else has been through, they carry the phantom pain. And we always will. But maybe we can just lessen it. I don't know. That's all I can do. And I mean, I don't like it, man. I don't like that my whiteness and that my, maleness or whatever it is that people are, will take me more seriously than the other person. I don't like it, but maybe I just don't have a choice,
Yeah.
And
That's how I feel with all this thing too.
And
I feel like I'm much more than just being white, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And I want the job, but I also don't want the job. That's the thing, man. That's a hard job. I mean, you look at this, like, I've had a hard job. Humanitarian work without getting paid and without people really, actually really loving and respecting and caring about you and wanting you to succeed and grow. Basically, because of me wanting to help and because I was so, maybe I was feeling guilty. Maybe I saw that my country wasn't perfect and was doing a lot of horrible things, and my people and my race. And maybe I was guilty too long. Maybe I felt too guilty for too long, and maybe I'm still guilty. But if I can use that for whatever, I just got to do what I got to do. I can't change what I am. So I just got to do it like anybody else. So, and I get there over the next 8 years. I'll be doing whatever I'm doing. I'm going to be helping over the next few weeks to months, however long with the COVID crisis. I had gone through a very, very serious mental episode. One of my good elder friends had said I was going through a sociopathic episode, and I'll admit it. And I don't know, man. I think I'm an empath. Maybe I'm also a sociopath. Maybe the leader of any country ever is always going to be a bit sociopathic. I don't know, but
I think it's like you surround yourself with I noticed you were very I don't know, you remind me like evangelicals, and they're very positive and upbeat and you're really go-getter. And then, those upbeat people, especially I grew up in a city, half my childhood anyway, where it was Mormons, and they were always very positive and upbeat. And we always had a suspicion, just what's going to happen to them once they snap. And then I just saw you. I'm just what happened to this guy? And he's just wow, he's even more pessimistic than me. I'm holy shit! Fuck, I thought I was pessimistic, but you just came back and you just. I saw that video. I was like, wow,
Yep. I hear you, man.
Come back with a vengeance, right? Back with a purpose. It's wow, okay, all right. This guy is business.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good that way because people will take you seriously. If people see you as a nice person all the time, right? They'll exploit you and they will, betray you and they will stab you in the back. But sometimes you just have to tell people to fuck off. Just tell them to fuck off. And then they'll respect you, right? That's what I learned in life. I try to help people as much as I can, and if they're still being rude to me, I just say, oh, "See you later, bye. Don't need you. See ya." But I don't know. I wasn't near you, but I know you're, you fit the psychological type of very upbeat and very positive and. Oh yeah, we're gonna change the world. We're gonna save the world. It's gonna be world peace. It's gonna be world peace. It's just this guy's in for a rude awakening. And then I saw it, and just yep, he got there. Yeah, I knew he was gonna get there. Just didn't know when.
Hey man, maybe you deserve to be boss then. You had more forethought than I did on it.
Yeah, well, I mean, I do have. Sometimes I don't know, like I said, I'm too critical sometimes. That's the thing with me. I might be too negative, so that's maybe my downfall. You still have that positive with you, but maybe my downfall is like I'm too negative sometimes, but yeah, I don't know.
I guess you got to be who you are, the positive and the negative, you know?
Yeah.
See how much you can accomplish with what you are, you know?
Yeah. It's not a bad thing, but sometimes it feels debilitating. Think about 10 million things and not really doing anything, you know? Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. I also was showing people who I was. I'm an artist, you know, I'm a musician, you know? So, and what I care about human progress, individual and nation-based. And if there's a superior ideology, I want that superior ideology to prevail. And I do think that while it's a war, and it always will be, I do think that people kept telling me inner peace. Like I can't. Like there is no inner peace for me without outer peace. So I'm like my dad in that I need people. You know, I don't need them as much as him, and I'm willing to walk away from them. He's not as much, or have them walk away from him rather. So I can have people walk away from me, and I think you need to kind of want people around you. You need to want the best for them, but you also need to be prepared to hurt them or possibly destroy them. Doesn't that what a soldier and a cop does? You know, I mean, that's what a leader does. I'm not gonna I'm not innocent, man. I was before, and I'm not innocent now. I've shown the arrogance. It's come out, and I'll never be innocent again. I let the devil out. Maybe I'm a better devil than the others.
Maybe.
I'll try.
You might be a better devil than me. So, and I've been at this longer. So, I've been pessimistic, I guess you could say, for a long time.
We need pessimism in our society too, man.
Yeah, definitely.
We do.
Yeah. I
mean, you know, I could have, instead of doing what I did, I could have just been like, you know, now I'll just be violent, you know? That's what everybody else is doing. Maybe I should steal from people, like by force, and point my gun at them and take them by force, take their money by force. You know, use them for my agenda and to make me money while I, sit as the king. Maybe that's what I'm doing anyway. Maybe that's just what I am, man. I don't know. Like, I just don't have a choice. I'm going to keep doing what I got to do. And hopefully it helps more people than it hurts, you know? I don't know. That's what you got to do.
Yeah. That sounds oddly attractive to me right now.
Romantic.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. That sounds pretty good. Yeah. I used to be I used to be kind of like you. Like I used to hate, thinking like that, or people, even the thought of people thinking like that. Then I just kind of gotten to peace with it. I'm just like, this is just kind of how it works, and there's people are just, you just have to be wary of people. People will exploit you for certain things, and then they'll be done with you. And then there's some people that are actually loyal to you, and and there's some people that are not. So doesn't matter if Muslim, Christian, or whatever. It's just the way that it is. And like maybe I am too critical. Maybe I'm not. I don't know. But maybe I'm too individualistic. I don't know. But the thing is, like, it's really hard to, in an individualistic society, to really gauge, like, how much of a productive citizen you are, because it's just basically about individual growth as opposed to like civic duty. So I don't know. It's really hard to get things. It's really hard to get anything off the ground and moving, especially in like the Anglo West. It's so frustrating. It's so frustrating because people are too comfortable. That's the thing. That's the thing too. That's my other pessimism too. Is like, revolutionaries, they understood that, for people to actually to do something, to actually like, like the communists understood this when, they took away like the Kulak Slam for being too successful, right?
Yep.
That actually got people, going out and actually doing something and then starving them, or, like they basically, for humans to do anything, like it won't be from voluntary, like, duty. It'll be like out of necessity, they'll do something. And you know what the old saying is, humans, they won't stop doing wrong until it's absolutely necessary or something like that. But it's true. It's just, I don't know. Most people are like that, especially in a comfortable materialistic society. It's there's no really need to change. Why would you want to change? Why would you want to become religious? Why would you want to do humanitarian work? Why would you want to be nice to people?
Yep.
If I still can feed myself, why would I question my life? Most people are at that like base level of existence.
Yep.
And to get them going, you need like effective propaganda as well. Their circumstances need to be dire. I hate to say it, but if you want to make any progress, either that be stars or just basic dignity, that's what it's going to come down to.
Yep.
And maybe you'll have to do some things as a leader or whatever, to make that happen. And that might be horrible. You might feel bad about it, but you'll probably be a necessary evil.
Yep. I'm willing to play it, man. It's a performance, man. That is what the presidency is. So
yeah.
It's what life is, man. It's all artistry. To me, it's all artistry. It's all music. It's all beauty and ugliness and yin and yang. And you just gotta be what you are. Like, I don't know.
Yeah.
So I'll be who I am, and let's see if it makes everybody else better. Hopefully, that's all.
Yeah. Who knows? You might have to do some more evil shit than you ever thought of.
Yeah, I guess I'm willing to now. I'm not happy about it. I'm willing to now. I hope I don't have to.
Mm-hmm.
But I think my will to want to lessen suffering, and I think the platform I put out to want to, like, whether it actually ends up doing it, I think it's attractive to my people. I think the platform I have is very attractive to a lot of people in the country, whether they want to admit it or not. Yet. So yeah.
So what are your policies?
You have anything specific, or like, did you see what the little bit of platform I posted, or?
I've just seen like honestly, I've just seen the Muslim or the Surat posting and your video posting, but I don't pay attention to your goodie. I don't know if you post anything in there, but I know you have another account with like this maniacal looking guy.
That's my only account.
The what?
Yeah. That I had changed the picture.
That's the same account.
Yeah, that was during my whole war of ideology with my dad, and that is the it's an altered image, but that's the face of Big Boss. In the series, and the picture that they get that from, he's not smiling. He's not like, he's actually looks more sad and sullen looking. And the image is very, very heavily inspired by Che Guevara, the Cuban revolutionary. So you have the Che Guevara icon shirt, and then you have Big Boss kind of looking, as far as Metal Gear, looking more like sad and whatever. And then I got it's not mine. I didn't create it. I found it on Reddit, and it should say that. It should give like a little Reddit credit. you click on it. But they altered the image for Big Boss to be like, smiling maniacally. So do you prefer a solid Big Boss, a quiet Big Boss, a lying Big Boss who can't even admit that he's an oppressor? Or do you want the Big Boss that is admitting that he's not perfect?
I like a big boss who is upfront about his self-interest. I don't like one that's a coward and hides what he actually is doing. Yep. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, it's Che. Have you read Che Guevara? I think he has a book about like revolution. I think it's called something like that. I know there's some 2 lines he has in there. Basically, people believe that what is it? War is inevitable. The victorious war over the government is inevitable. There's two mistakes that people make. One is that victory over or war is inevitable, and 2 is that the government will always win. I think that's what it is. Yeah. So basically, like people believe that there's going to be a race war or a political war or whatever. It's inevitable. It's baked into the cake, right? That's the first mistake that people make. And the second mistake people make is that they get defeatist and say, oh, the government is going to always defeat us.
Yeah. So I kind of agree with the first part, but not the second. Okay. I do kind of agree that not ground war. I think we can get to a point where we're channeling our naturally more violent urges in more positive direction. We can't help it. Like, I mean, we kind of can't help that we're like violent. I mean, we have to be violent to survive. So, you got to try to acknowledge that. Mm-hmm. And while I think that unfortunately, I didn't want to believe in it before, but through your order or your community, what they're telling you is what they want their order to be. That's how you can prevent war, ground war. But I don't think war of ideology will ever end. I think that it's not my role to stop conflict of ideology as commander-in-chief. My role as commander-in-chief will be to show the society something different, inspire them to be different. Be willing to fight for my survival, for others' survival, for me to thrive and for them to thrive. That's what life and what growth and everything's all about, When humanity was since our inception, we grew a little bit, and if you look at it in a religious sense, Cain and Abel, like, that happened right away, basically. We were brothers committing atrocities on our brothers. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's what I'm going to be doing.
Yeah.
Maybe my atrocities will be more productive for myself and others than the fake atrocities, the fake, the acting as if everything, that this system doesn't need to be changed, that it's good enough, right? It's good enough. So I should stay in my place. I'm not, what I have to offer and my ideas and my thoughts aren't good enough. And it's never going to change anyway. Like you said, that's the one mistake. I think this system, I think I have a lot to offer this system to change it. So,
yeah.
I mean, I'm sure Biden feels that. I'm sure Joe Biden feels that way. I'm sure Donald Trump feels that way.
It's weird that people think that like their food comes from like Walmart or their food comes from Superstore, or you can make parts, or you can only get car parts from AutoZone or whatever. Like
Yep. You could.
people are so disconnected to like necessities of life.
They could if they had the knowledge, they could do that themselves.
That's
You can
another
build,
thing
you
too.
can
Is
build
like,
your own thing.
to empower people, knowledge is definitely a really good tool. Um, I that's probably, maybe I would debate it's probably more effective than violence, but I'm not gonna like. I understand political violence. I don't want to say that I'm for it because I'm on a platform here, but yeah. But I think knowledge is definitely very powerful and something that's very empowering of people, and maybe that's why they want us to be dumbed down.
I think I think with these things starting to come out more, and especially this latest, others have been shootings and from like cop shooting a minority or whatever.
Mhm.
This one was somebody suffocating the guy for like he was. Dude he wanted to kill him, dude. He was doing what he was doing on purpose.
Yeah,
Guy kept begging, and
I swear, like when I watched that video, like he was dead already, and he was still on him for like another minute or two, and then the guy was just like, "Bro, he's dead, bro. He has no pulse," and he brought him to the stretcher, and like he was pretty much dead.
I did what I did because I felt a revolution inside me.
Yeah.
I feel a revolution in this country coming.
Yeah.
We had a civil war not even all that long ago.
Mm-hmm.
I feel another one coming, and if I have to play this role to maybe prevent that and get us moving in a better direction, talking and coming up with the solutions that'll prevent it, maybe what I'm doing is good enough. That's the goal I have. It's the noble goal. I'm willing to do the bad things to achieve the noble goal.
Yeah, I mean, in Canada, we have our own issues. Like before the COVID-19 pandemic, we had people basically blocking railways because they weren't really educated on like what pipeline was going through BC. It was just natural gas. It was probably one of the most environmentally friendly pipelines that we've had, and that didn't involve oil. And they were still protesting it, and like they didn't really know they thought there was going to be oil in it. Like they didn't actually know what they were protesting. It was basically all these like college ladies, like shit libs, and then like kind of paid protesters that were like Native American. They work from the tribes, and
so much misinformation. It's
yeah. Well, the thing is though, like a lot of like those protesters are paid too.
Yeah.
Like especially like in Canada, like the Native Americans, like they are paid, even if they're not from like the reserve, they'll still pretend like they're from that reserve, and they'll pretend that it's affecting them, like it's going to destroy them or something. There is nefarious powers out there that that are very I don't know, like they just want chaos. I think they just strive off of chaos, and in a way we do need chaos. So like I maybe I agree with them in some aspects, but in other aspects they don't really have a goal in mind. I don't think they just maybe they want depopulation so they can control us a little bit better, and then we're not self-sufficient enough or knowledgeable enough on how we can survive without them. So maybe that's what they want. Who knows?
Yeah.
Anyway.
So you know, I'm an artist. I'm a teacher. You know, maybe I'm teaching bullshit. I don't know. I hope I'm teaching somebody something to get them to think another way. So
Yeah.
I'll just keep doing it. That's what you're doing, man. You're
Editing
doing
videos.
what you gotta do.
Yeah.
Hey, you know, but you got to tell your story, man. And I got to tell mine. You know.
I honestly, I felt like an artist when I was editing videos. It's just like, how am I going to make this masterpiece? It was like I was painting a picture because I suck at drawing. So to me,
Yeah.
like editing a video was like drawing a picture. You know, like we have different ways of
Yeah,
expressing ourselves.
yeah. I'm not. I tried to get into drawing and all that. Color and painting.
Really
And stuff. I'm not good at it. It's not who I am.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I guess we all have our own creative senses. So yeah, but yeah. Hopefully, I don't know. I guess separatism in Canada is starting to ramp up a little bit. Like you have Western separatism, and then you have like Quebec separatism, and a little bit of Eastern separatism. There's this like group that they want to separate. They want to have their own state. And the Prince Edward Island, it's like a little island in Canada. It's its own province. There's not too many people there. So yeah, no, it's quite interesting times in Canada. Seeing that all break up is probably in our best interest because our federal government is basically just stomping the boot down, all of the provinces that produce the wealth and then, extrapolate that wealth to other parts of the country unfairly. So
yeah,
that's an issue.
That's kind of like this whole kind of this whole hypocrisy of this whole thing. It was all built on the backs of other people. It was built on the backs of slaves from the past and from now.
Yeah.
Maybe it always will be, but maybe you can inspire some of the slaves to free themselves. Maybe you can free yourself and try to get people to think differently and break their own chains, whatever's holding them back.
Yeah.
And whatever it is that they really want to do.
I just hate I hate now I'm going to get anti-immigrant, but for good reason. I hate immigrants that come here and are just are for the consumeristic society, or they're very modernist, and they feel like they need to ditch their old ways in order to ramp up the consumerism, and it's just oh god, guys, that's a very destructive road, and I've already seen it already, working with immigrants, even with Filipinos, I've seen it. The first generation's okay, but their kids are they're depressed, or they don't have any direction in life. They're cutting their clothes, or doing shit that my friends were doing in high school. I was depressed in high school too. I'm just wait, there's some sort of trend here. It's not just me, maybe it's not just you, but everyone is just kind of suffering from this malaise of modernity or post-modernity, whatever you want to call it, but basically of just living only to accumulate wealth, the age of the Kali Yuga, right? Men are only judged in the relationships by their sexual performance, not by their deeds in the relationship, and you're encouraged to make a good living, and anything else doing a calling or whatever is frowned upon. You have to make a good living. How many times have maybe you've heard from your grandparents, or especially my grandparents, you have to make a good living or else you failed in life. You're an absolute failure if you don't make a lot of money, as if that was the only thing to measure success in.
And that's the other thing. They measure success in that, but then you also have kind of what I've experienced, and you're a failure for just being who you are naturally. You're not allowed to have you're not allowed to be who you are.
Yeah.
And they want to suppress you, and they want to kill you, and If they don't kill you with violence, they kill you with words, and they try to just abuse you in whatever way they can.
Yeah. Shut you out of like public spaces or like socially ostracize you, you know,
Yep.
or a lot of it's self-policing too,
Yeah.
you know.
So the way I guess you can reconcile that is instead of trying to suppress it, instead of trying, you know, instead of all right, instead of just either taking the abuse or giving it, maybe we got to recognize that sometimes we all have to abuse each other, and that we shouldn't make the person feel bad about wanting to be abusive and tell their truth, and you shouldn't feel bad about being abusive and telling your truth. You can try to not be as abusive as you can, but that's conversation, and then that's growth, and that's life and evolution. It's just you can't ignore that fact that there's war, violence, and peace, and all that, and a lot of things. Like I have 2 new kittens who are growing, and I love the cats, and they're fine, but if they were like, there's also in the neighborhood like 5 neighborhood cats that they're outside. So is the I guess the bird or the rat that gets caught by the cat, right? The cat's a monster for eating the bird, right? Or the mouse.
Yeah.
To the mouse and to the bird, that cat is a monster.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Oh, well, another thing too is you can misguide people on it as well. I don't know. Humans are different than the animal kingdom. Like, you can get told your whole life on how you're supposed to act, and then the way you naturally react, it's contradictory to what you actually are. That in itself is very destructive. But I get what you're saying. Like, sometimes you just need to tell people that, just smarten up. Just stop being, just fucking do it. Just fucking do it already. I get that too.
See, and that's why, this goes back to this nation is not about the president. It's not. The president is literally just a drill instructor. That's all he is. That's what Big Boss is. It's not in the games. It's not all him. It's not all him like getting things done. He's got people in his nation spying on him and working against him. He's got other people working out. He's got his own spies elsewhere working for him or for another agenda or what. You can't control everything.
Yeah.
And if you got to be clear about what you want to accomplish. And I want to accomplish teaching people, and I want to accomplish lessening unnecessary suffering, like has been happening with what happened with George.
Yeah.
I don't think we're doing enough to stop that. And it's not me. It's not me doing it. It's not what I will accomplish by myself. It's what everybody else needs to start doing too.
Definitely.
Instead of filming those cops killing that man, why didn't they step in? Because, right, they were afraid. Those cops probably would have shot him, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we need some anarchy. We need to stop. And maybe by being willing to represent anarchy, we can prevent more anarchy.
Yeah. Well, in a way, you kind of become a dictator in a way. So it's like movements like Italian fascism, especially. A lot of like fascists, so-called, they were originally like anarchists or libertarians or whatever. And they just said, we're sick of this illegitimate state. We're going to run our things their own way. It's like, we don't need the state. And then themselves, they turned into fascists, but like in a more pro their own people way, I guess you could say.
Yeah. I mean, I think what I would like to see is people not being afraid to
you know, to make, if there's mistakes being made already, I think you got to be willing to stop even people in positions of authority from doing worse damage. Even if that means you have to be, you know, you have to sacrifice yourself a little bit. If somebody had stepped in a little bit more than just getting that video, they would have gotten hurt. They would have had to sacrifice themselves or others. But I mean, I think that man's life was worth it. I think we should be willing to sacrifice for each other more. So if I'm a bad guy, then, you know, at least I'm showing everyone that I'm willing to sacrifice everything I was to inspire them to solve their own problems and solve the problems of others if they can, and not have it be in a, you know, you just help your community and you just help, you know, only the people that you identify with. If you identify with everyone, if you really believe it, if you're a true believer that we all matter and there's things that we all want, and there's basic things that maybe we deny ourselves, but we need it, and maybe there's a productive way to get us those things we need, rather than, you know, it's all about me, I'm the cult of personality, and, you know, I'm the business owner, and I'm the executive who gets all the bonuses over and over again. You know, I mean, you always have your bosses, but your bosses don't have to like hoard everything. You know, they don't have to shut other people out of the finer things and the luxuries in life. And, you know, if the boss is not proving that he's willing to grow and he's willing to make himself and everybody else as strong as he can or she can, then they don't deserve to be the boss.
Yeah, definitely. And I think that's actually, you know, that's a really good point, because actually a lot of like successful militaries, even smaller militaries, go off of that model where they actually empower the people to make, you know, leadership decisions when, you know, when there weren't really, especially in a time of war where everything is chaotic and, you know, you have to make a quick snap decision. You need to empower people with that knowledge or with that wisdom in order to, you know, be a successful society. You can't just be like strictly hierarchical in your commandments. You have to have, you know, like you said, you have to have a boss. It's a very humble, I guess you could say, as well. You also have to have empowered foot soldiers, like, you know, like a lot of like, you know, German army like officers. They weren't necessarily like into like the Nazi ideology, but they were just like, okay, we're in this war. We don't really want to be in it, but we're in it. If we're going to be in it, we might as well win it, right? And so, you know, and they had this kind of, and it wasn't necessarily like Hitler that made them effective. It was more of that structure that actually made them successful in order to carry out the demands from higher ups.
Yep.
You know, but so in that sense, it was more egalitarian, if you can believe it. so the Nazi army was more egalitarian than the American army, if you can believe it. It's hard to believe, but it's actually true.
In a sense, because the people that they were, you know, the people that were willing to fight the most for them,
yes,
and of them, yeah, they took care of those people, and you know, that I just, to me, I see it as we're all fighting to survive. We're all soldiers, you know, men, women, whatever else, even animals and life forms and plants and anything. They all have their own struggles too. They're all fighting to survive.
And sometimes you got to kill those things, you know. It's what it is, you know. We're living beings. We can't survive without at least eating, you know, vegetables and fruits, and those things are produced by things that are alive. So, you know,
Vegetables' lives matter.
yeah, right. Maybe not as much as the life forms. Maybe a life form is more complex. You know, an animal is more complex. Maybe a human's more complex. You know,
Heard that.
but maybe it all matters. You know, maybe if you can, maybe take what you got to. You know, you got to take what you got to, but maybe take the minimum. Take the minimum you need to keep living and thriving.
Yeah.
I think we take too much in this country.
Yeah.
All of us. I'm guilty of it. We take more than we really need, and we stop ourselves from being more powerful than we could.
Yeah.
And maybe all the nations, all of us are guilty of it.
Oh yeah.
And maybe the other nations need to maybe they need to start taking over. Maybe they need to be boss. I don't know.
China.
Maybe if their ideology is better, right? That's how it's always been. I guess if the Nazi ideology is superior, then, you know, but guess what? We destroyed that, right? You just got to destroy the ideologies, you know, that you don't think belong on this planet.
That's right.
So I guess I'm gonna have to destroy ideologies.
We did it so we could have transgender bathrooms. It's a victory.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh shit. All right. I gotta go to work tomorrow, but we'll just do like a summary, maybe 5 minutes or whatever, on the whole, like, I guess the talk, what you got out of it, or what you just want to summarize. So I'll give you the floor first.
I think in summary, we all just need to we need to keep going, and if we find ways in ourselves and others that we or they need to do better, then just do it. Just do what you got to do, basically. You know, don't hold yourselves back anymore. Everybody's holding back too much. So I'm not holding back anymore. If I make mistakes, I make mistakes. I don't want anybody else to hold back anymore. You know, I'm tired of it. That's I hope we can all grow together, mentally, spiritually, physically, all of it. I guess that's my conclusion.
Okay, cool. I would like to say, first of all, thank you, Justin, for being here today. It was very illuminating discussion. Learned a lot. Hope you learned a lot from me, maybe. I don't know. But yeah, I hope it's mutual beneficiary. But I guess the main thing is I just want to take away is I know a lot of people, like, you know, are saying that I'm a cuck for, you know, for my people, or I guess, or taking a softer stance on things in order to be politically correct. It's not that way at all. I don't view it that way. I view it as there's actual, like, problems, and there's actual suffering that needs to be addressed in order for you to actually accomplish what you actually want to accomplish as a person or a tribe. And I think you alluded to something is, like, you know, you just can't just care about your community, but you also have to have some sort of civic duty for, you know, people outside your community or perceived to be outside of your community. And I think Islam, actually, I know I touched on Islam a little bit. We touched on religion a little bit, but I feel Islam actually does this very well, even to people who are outsiders. are very welcoming to those who have questions about the faith, even to non-Muslims. They do this very well, and anybody who's watching this, I would recommend, even if you don't really want to convert or say the Shahada, that's perfectly fine. But it'd be good if you guys just went to a mosque and you didn't like go off of what the media told you of what Muslims are, or that they're just terrorists and they just blow people up in the name of Allah. It's a lot more deeper than that, and I think that's misguided as well. Due to a lot of people make money off of it as well. You have to keep in mind too, a lot of people make money off of slandering Islam. So it's in their interest just to keep slandering, even if it's not true. So just be aware when you're out there in the information world. There's a lot of disinformation. I think Justin mentioned that too in another case. So yeah, that's what I would watch out for. Another thing, I don't know what else I could say, but I think I guess white nationalism in the West is kind of dead. I think so. I got our RIP white nationalists. I don't think it's when you're defending Target over people's grievances or big business, because they're non-whites. I think that segment, it loses its credibility, and I think it's like one of those things. They're like Zionists. Like they think they are the chosen people because of their skin color.
Yes.
And the Jews, same thing. Like they think they're the chosen people because of their noses or ethnicity or whatever, right? And I think I would like to see Zionism eradicated, Jew or Gentile, from this earth. I don't see it. I see it as basically a parasitical strategy. Sucking off of other governments for your own kind of selfish needs, and not thinking about the others. And I think that's something that humanity doesn't need. It's kind of, it just pisses a lot of people off, and it's just contrary to Western values. So that's something I would like to see eradicated. I guess I don't know what my goals are. I think people write them down. I always try to do a 5-year plan thing, and those things just never fucking pan out. Always just and just fuck. I know somebody told me once to do a 5-year plan. I just but your mind changes, your goals changes, you change as a person. So it's fucking hard. You make a goal when you're a person, okay, I'm gonna accomplish this, but you could change a year later, and you'd be your goals would be different. So it's very, I don't know if we're actually meant for that, but I think we are meant for some sort of foresight when it comes to community, as opposed to just our individual selves. I think we are oriented towards long-term planning for a community, in a more meaningful sense, because we feel like there's something more outside of us, and the community is also an extension of that. And then from the community, you could say it's God. But I think we're meant for long-term planning for community, not for ourselves. So that's my thought anyway.
I think both. I think we should plan for ourselves and for others. And yeah. I think we should be open about that. I think too much of the problem here is that people just keep pretending that they just care about others, and
right.
I'm doing this because not only am I I'm more I understand better how to help you than you do, right? And that's kind of what I'm doing in a way, but yeah. I'm doing it also to inspire the best out of them. And I don't feel that from our current leadership. I don't feel that our leadership is aspiring to be their best selves. And I don't feel that I don't feel like the people that I know and that I live among, maybe they are starting to, hopefully,
but I think they were holding themselves back, and I think they had a lot of pain and demons that they were not dealing with, and I got to deal with mine. We gotta acknowledge the problems. We gotta acknowledge our own problems, and we gotta acknowledge the problems of everybody else in order to even have any kind of a chance at solving it. So
Yeah.
if that's the one thing I can accomplish by just talking like this in this forum or others, then that's good enough for me.
Yeah.
And
yeah. And saying like you're superior over another person, just because you're of the way you're born, is really counterproductive in both your self-interest and your interest in community, I would say. Because you just piss everybody off, It's like, oh, I'm special because I'm this. I was born this way, or whatever. I was born with 3 hands, so that makes me like the chosen person, or something stupid, Or you know what I mean. But like, it's what you do with those gifts that matter. It's not the gifts themselves that God has given you. It's what you do with them, and how you will be judged in the afterlife, I guess you could say. Yeah. So. All right. Cool. Yeah, it's midnight. I don't know what time it is over where you are.
Almost 2 a.m.
Oh, okay. Are you in Pakistan?
No, I'm in the U.S.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
No,
you're in Pakistan.
Unfortunately, that I guess during this whole COVID thing wouldn't be too very much possible either anyway, but I had not been able to go to Pakistan for quite a long time either, or Puerto Rico, or.
Oh man, do you plan on going to Pakistan anytime soon?
Now I don't know,
Yeah, that's true.
I maybe I'm not against it.
Yeah.
But
man, they make their own guns.
I need them to, like, I gave a lot, man. I mean, that's a lot of what I was going through in my song and everything.
Yeah.
In my speech, I gave a lot, and I didn't see other people giving back a lot. So if they start giving back more, maybe I can shut up. Maybe I can. Maybe I don't have to keep fucking with people. In order to get them to help themselves.
Oh, okay.
We'll see.
So you got ripped off from Pakistanis, is what you're saying?
I believe though. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. You can't, if you're from a poor family, right?
Yeah.
And you can't even take care of I can't even take care of myself and grow myself, or take care of my mother, or my sister or brother, or my nephews, like my humanitarian work helped them in the sense that it was part of showing the good side of our family. But it wasn't enough to even take care of my personal needs or my father's personal needs. Mm-hmm. So if you make money doing some other kind of task or business or work, and then you have the humanitarian work as like kind of like a side project, we were totally devoted to it. We were true believers, and I think you can't. You got to be. Unfortunately, with the way the world works, you can believe in something, but you have to be malleable as well. That we have something in our Constitution here called the elastic clause. You got to be willing to amend and change and grow and do things differently. And I think you don't have a choice either. I think my father was a true believer, and because of his true belief, and because his true belief wasn't meant for this world, as much as he showed them who he was and who we were and what we wanted to do and how much we wanted to help.
Mm-hmm.
15 years and like not much came, man. I didn't get to go to Pakistan a lot. I got to go twice, and I didn't get credit for starting my CWS Youth and that platform, and I co-founding it at the very least. And I founded it. I'd gone and gave the initial talks and the initial the initial non-political, non-religious, and all that ideology for, that volunteer. Just the only point was to empower student groups and youth volunteers to do what they thought needed to be done in their communities. And, kind of like a semi-autonomy thing. So I felt like I didn't get credit for that. I felt like I even got money and secured funds and donations for Puerto Rico that I never got to even have the shot at getting that taken care of. And, so yeah, I mean, because I felt let down by everyone else over so long of a period of time, I also I felt let down. I felt like I let myself down too. So, and I kind of feel in a lot of ways that we're all letting ourselves down. So maybe I can stop letting myself down and maybe prove my case that other people are letting themselves down in more ways than they realize, and maybe they'll figure it out. Maybe they'll help me figure it out, and maybe they'll help themselves figure it out, and maybe they'll help each other figure it out.
Well,
and then I'll have done my job.
Yeah, traveling to different places and different cultures is also a good experience as well. I've never been outside of the North American continent, so
Oh wow!
just want to see how things are. Yeah.
I mean, that's normal though. A lot of people never leave their countries. Some people don't even ever leave near like their little communities in some parts of the world. So
yeah. But I don't know. I want to go to Pakistan this summer anyway, just for like a vacation or whatever, and go outside of my comfort zone, I guess. But
I've heard the Hunza Valley is very beautiful. It's one place I've always wanted to visit.
Oh, okay, Hunza Valley.
It's like a very, very mountainous area.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and where is that? I think it's in northern Swatter, KPK or something.
Is
anyway,
it near the Afghanistan border? Or what's the border? It's Afghanistan, right? Or is it Iraq?
No, I think it's
because they border India, Afghanistan.
Look it up here.
I don't know if they border Iraq.
So it borders. This map isn't helping me. Yeah, I guess it just borders. Does it border China?
Oh, it's in the northern north.
North, yeah.
Northeast.
No, just north, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, and there's
a place near Afghanistan I want to see. I think it's Punji, or I forget the name of it, but I guess they have like a gun market there. I want to check that out because I guess they make their own like bullets and everything.
Yeah.
AK. So that's quite interesting. I wish Westerners were more like that, honestly.
Yeah, like what?
Make their own shit.
Oh yeah. maybe we could start making that happen.
Yeah, I would like to see that.
Start getting people here to start, working for themselves a little more, and then maybe we don't have to, and then we can inspire other people to start doing their own stuff. We don't have to get everything from China or wherever else. I don't know. But maybe if we still really need to do that, then yeah, we should be willing to still trade with each other and communicate with each other. But
we should also try to produce the best that we can ourselves as well. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I think we're both getting a little fatigued.
Yeah, I
with all
gotta go to work tomorrow. I got a lot to do tomorrow. So.
All right.
All right, it was good talk. Hope you guys. It's a little long. I might edit a little bit, but I think it was 4.5 hours of some juicy content. So I just felt like a really good stream in me today. So I'm glad that Justin came along and extended a little bit more. So he had some insights. I had some insights. So yeah, I know there's some other people I wanted to talk to. Maybe I can talk to them maybe next week sometime if they're not busy. But I'm glad Justin joined me because, we've been Facebook friends for a while, and he's just turned a new phase of his life. Glad to see him share his new phase of his life, and I hope he's successful in his endeavors and whatever he does. So, all right, cool.
Hope the same for you, brother.
All right.
All right. Hey, well, let's keep in touch and keep communicating. Keep. I'll keep preaching and you keep teaching to me, and we'll see if we can figure some of this shit out, man.
You got to make more videos like that. I was really inspired by that. You don't necessarily. I just felt the honesty, and I just felt like, man, like why aren't more people like this?
Yeah, right. Just be honest with yourself and others about who you are. Like shit.
Man, the world would be a lot more fun place if more people were like that. So
yeah, I mean, like I'm just like I'm just getting bored, man. Like I'm tired of getting bored. Like whatever happens, I want to be entertained until the end. I'm an entertainer, and I want to be entertained. So, yeah. But,
yeah, you definitely got a thumbs up for me for that video. So.
Cool. I have a more peaceful one in mind. I was gonna wait a little longer to do that one, but maybe I'll go ahead and do the more peaceful tribute to my cousin.
Sure.
It's still. I mean, I can't ever take the aggression out like completely. That's just who I am. But it's more tame. It's more tame. It will be more tame. So, and we'll see if I can do a different video like. We'll see if I can put more props in it or whatever. I'd kind of put all the props. And I had kind of like been preparing, like for what I kind of wanted to say.
There was somebody in your comment section just like, "Oh my God, you actually loaded the gun in the end without the safety. That's so dangerous." And like, safety is for cucks or whatever. He said safety is boring.
It's a lie and also boring. I'm tired of being bored, man. Let's see what happens.
Yes, America.
All right, John. I'm gonna hit the hay here too.
All right.
Get some resting.
Right. Peace out.
Peace.